Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun. Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie. Paul Gautier. Gloria Gonzalez de Lecchia. Laura Marquez. Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
All right. It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Next is the citizens' comments portion of our agenda. And before I invite tonight's only speaker to the microphone, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I'm a senior at Glenn High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here at Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please, conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
And speaker number one, if you can come to the microphone. And whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you all. Happy summer. I hope you're being careful in this really, really high heat. I will try and keep my remarks to the agenda, but part of what I want to tell you, specifically on the voter-approved tax rate election, I have friends that are teachers. I have friends that have kids in Leander ISD. I have friends that have kids that are special needs kids. And I realize you're struggling with a great deal of budget issues. And I try and help my friends realize that we need to press the state of Texas to do more on funding and paying our teachers better and funding public schools better. But one of my best friends actually left Leander ISD, a teacher that left Leander ISD, and actually in talking with them, confessed that even if they had remained in the area, they would not have chosen to stay in Leander ISD because of salary constraints. And I understand that you all are struggling with all that, but anything we can do to pay our teachers better, to better fund special needs program, all of that, I would encourage you to work towards that. And again, thank you so much for your service. And we're queer and we're here, and we're going to continue to celebrate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number one. Board members, that concludes our citizen comments tonight. Next, we're going to move to consent agenda item. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
Motion from Sade, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? Where's Nkosi? Okay, so 6 ayes, motion passes. Next, board members, we're going to move to our superintendent's report. So Dr. Clark, take it away. There's Nkosi. Hey. All right, Chris, take it away.
All right, can you hear me on that? There we go. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. I'm excited to present a very unique superintendent's report. There are several slides, but I'm going to do my best to get through in this 15-minute time allotment. You can see tonight's purpose is to update the board and the community on the progress made by me in my initial months in the role of as superintendent of Leander ISD. Just for clarity for those who may be watching in the community, I did present the board with a 90-day transition plan when I was interviewing and then ultimately selected as the superintendent. So this is updating them on the progress that I have made in that time here. So here's kind of an overview of how the presentation's laid out. I have some considerations for you in a minute, but then I'm going to go through Board of Trustees, what my plan and objectives were for each of these groups, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and then our students, parents, and community and staff, and then some findings from different work that I've done with them, and then ultimately what work has been completed and what still needs to be completed. And then there's some identified needs that weren't in my original plan that I think it's important to report out. So moving along, some of those considerations are, this was a 90-day plan, but as of tomorrow, I'll actually have been employed full-time as the permanent superintendent for 74 contract days. Just some considerations, those are not necessarily impactful, negative, or positively, but those are considerations. A few things that aren't listed here. I think it's relevant because some of this work started when I was acting superintendent, even though I wasn't intending to become full superintendent at first. But I did become acting superintendent on December 11th. So there's some work in that time that informs a little bit of this plan, even though the plan wasn't formed at that time. And then there was a short period of time, 10 days, between being named lone finalist and being ultimately officially hired. So these, I'm not going to read the objectives. The board has already seen these before, but they are there for the community if they'd like to reference them. These were the objectives that I set out for myself in working with the Board of Trustees as part of the plan. And then some of the work that I've completed is what's listed here. So I've had multiple one-to-one meetings with board members to gain insight and feedback. And then I think a probably one of our biggest accomplishments together is the adoption of those board goals and superintendent guardrails. That was a big part of the plan. And then that's leading to additional work that we're going to discuss tonight on a scorecard, monitoring plan, and then ultimately the 26-27 superintendent evaluation tool. Another big accomplishment is the work we've done and the learning we've done as a board team of 8 is the professional learning communities learning. Some of that started way before I was in this role, but continued as I was in this role. And then we did successfully adopt the 26-27 budget. I feel like the process was improved this year from our previous year. Is not attributed to solely me by any means. We had processes laid out at the beginning of the year, but we did get to an adopted budget, and I anticipate we're going to have an even better process next year. In terms of end-of-year data review to inform the 26-27 work, I'm referencing student performance data. Dr. Hodges presented some information, and we've had subsequent sharing of data with you that gave us a little bit of a gauge on where we are with the goals that we set out, and just confirmed some of the work that we need to do in this district. We're going to get to this next one later. It's part of our agenda tonight, but I think one of the things that was in the objectives was to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our board meetings. So there's been a couple of documents that we've created based on board feedback, administrative feedback, some things we're trying to do to increase our focus on student outcomes, which are the goals, but also planning with the time in mind so we can maximize our time when we're all here together. It's really important. So the later we meet, the harder it is to stay focused as a group for all of us. So we want to maximize that time we have when we're very, very alert. How's that for a word? All right. So again, that Board of Trustees Professional Learning Implementation Guide, we're going to revisit that again tonight, but that took some work, and we had Brenda, who we've all missed now that she has retired. But she did a lot of work with us putting that together. This was probably one of the most enjoyable parts of this was the time to, originally I set out to interview people, and then I realized that I'm not going to be able to fit this all in. So I'd take a different approach and do this a little more informally, but I still think I was able to accomplish what I needed to, is finding out from these different stakeholder groups, board, cabinet, et cetera, what it is that they need or expect from me as the superintendent in my first year and beyond. But what was interesting about the board is, and I love this, is because each of you brings a passion, all 7, to this board that were originally based on some individual things that drove you to run, but have shifted your focus to the need, seeing the need for a cohesive and healthy system that leads to better student outcomes. And so I really believe that's the direction we're going, and it's good for the district. What was shared that some of the common community feedback board members receive, and I'll explain why this is important in just a minute, is that this does not mean that these are pervasive across our district, but when somebody decides to reach out to a board member, these are some of the themes that you are hearing about student academic needs not being met and some inconsistencies in our system, and we've talked a lot about that. And then parents not feeling heard. And so these things are important because even if we have a small group of folks in our organization that feel this way, we want to be able to respond and improve the experience for everybody. And then priorities for the superintendent beyond those board goals was some of the feedback themes are, and this is not comprehensive, these are the major themes: healthy operating procedures and systems for the board, and administrations that focus on equitable communication, and then ensure equitable family communications for all stakeholders throughout our system, and that connects to what I was just talking about, and then having that robust data-informed system and processes to monitor academic performance. So I also found that, sorry, I jumped ahead there, that our board desires to have partnership with administration and transparency and mutual respect. Again, I think we're making progress there. And then open and consistent communication with the superintendent, and that it's important for you to feel heard by me. And I try to always keep that close in my mind to remember. And then how do we continue our focus on the board as a body corporate so that we build bridges and secure total board buy-in on things as opposed to different perspectives and competing ideas and thoughts. So it's a balance of those individual thoughts and beliefs bring richness to the board, but at some point we have to think, how do we move forward as a body corporate? And then that authentic and real engagement from the board is super important as well. Some of the work in progress is tonight. I think we're going to be able to come to a lot of agreements on a lot of the things that I just mentioned that the board sees the need for, as well as myself. A change in the plan, as I said, is I did not do those official interviews that I originally communicated, had to pivot due to the time constraints. So, in my opinion, you see a green check. I feel like I accomplished those objectives. These were a little more narrow and not in a bad way, but very specific outcomes. So I think there's been some progress in those things. This does not mean I'm done by any means, but I think what I intended to accomplish here, I did. I highlighted the second line of that second one. I did not meet this one to the letter of the way it's written, that I didn't use this feedback in this plan to then determine our next steps, but it's a little bit more technical but overall I still think I accomplished that. Moving on to cabinet. So these were my objectives for that particular group of stakeholders. And again, many one-on-one meetings with cabinet members, and then had some key positions to fill. Some of the same accomplishments that this focus on professional learning communities. And then we had an amazing leadership conference that was part of my entry plan. And again, I cannot take full responsibility. In fact, I can take very little responsibility other than ensuring details were met and doing my part. But Dr. Waltman actually led the leadership conference, and it was pretty outstanding. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback. I know some of you were able to come. A big part of the work that I did early on was some reorganization, and I believe board members, you've all seen this document or a version of it before. Changed up a little bit some of the reporting. These are the direct reports for myself, and of course all the board of trustees are there, who I report to. And then we had 2 deputy positions, made some minor adjustments to those, and then officially changed the reporting structure for most of our chiefs to Dr. Waltman. And then the least change was on the instructional side. We did make one pivot on a position with Brenda retiring, and created a position focused on student and family engagement, which is one of the guardrails for me. And it's very important to the board as a whole, I believe. So that's something that we will be able to direct attention from a specific team of folks. All right, I'm going to have to move quick. This was a reorg within learning and innovation. All the green boxes is, of course, the ones that are under that student and family services column are all new, because that team is assembled the way they are is completely new. And then the other 4 green boxes are when we move some teams around within the existing assistant superintendent roles. Some of the challenges I received from cabinet members and feedback is some operational inefficiencies internally, and the siloed work challenges that creates. Siloed in terms of instructional versus operational. Again, this is a system issue, not a person issue. And then some siloing and level in terms of chief and area and assistant soup. So that's some of the adjustments in organization are going to help with that. And then some departmental, even within learning and innovation. I was deputy superintendent over that team before, but know that there are challenges even within that department and the various teams. And then challenges related to reactive versus strategic operation. Cabinet members felt a theme was that we feel like we're in a constant reactive mode instead of being really strategic, and so that's important. Again, that's not the fault of the cabinet. Those are some of the concerns they're expressing. And so they have a desire to be more strategic, and that we're focusing on clear priorities by year, but even long-term. And I think board goals are going to drive a lot of that work. So that's important that we've accomplished that. Also with a new strategic plan being developed, as well as a long-range plan, that'll inform that. And then a strong desire for effective meeting structures and agendas. And that was pretty loud and clear from them as well. And you can see a lot of these are similar things I've already mentioned. They want the opposite of what we're currently experiencing. They want cross-functional collaboration and communication. One thing that was really pleasing to see is that continued campus presence, the desire for us to be on campuses in a consistent way as a cabinet team, and that we have a united support and responsiveness to our campus staff who do the real important work in terms of student learning in our district. And then continue focus on board relations and effective and efficient board meeting preparation as well. You can see some of the needs from me that focused on, I like these themes, vision, but clarity. Like if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So how do we rally around some clear targets that we're trying to achieve? And then trust and relationships. That's internally within cabinet, with our board, and then also with our staff out at the schools, at the campuses. And then prioritization and accountability. So that desire that if we say we're going to do something, we actually follow through and hold each other accountable. I've already seen some of that coming into play this year, and that healthy accountability within the team is important. Some additional feedback was around the urgency with our financial constraints. We've got to get a better plan in place there, and we're already doing work on that. And then that focus on safety as well. All right, I'm going to speed up. Some of the work that has been in progress, that's still in progress. Cabinet meetings, we've made some changes, but they still need work. And so working with Dr. Waltman and Dr. Hodges, trying to make sure that we're being as efficient and using our time as well as we can. So we're not wasting the executive leadership team's time. They've got a lot on their plates, so if we're all together, we need to make the most of it. We're still working on some of our big work where we're planning out the whole year at a glance. It's close to being done, not 100%, but also professional learning plans comprehensively throughout the district existing. All right, some of the changes, I didn't do the interviews, and then also in my original plan was to do some work much more quickly with the Wallace Foundation. We've just started some of that. In fact, Monday we're going to discuss an article that we're all reading centered around that work. But I also feel like I'm making a little bit of a pivot here because of such a good response to our PLC focus. That overlaps, and I think that's going to accomplish what what I envisioned to happen as a result of the Wallace Foundation. So I envision a little pivot in terms of focusing on PLCs over some of the Wallace Foundation research. So this work is recursive. So you see, I do think I have a good understanding of issues from each cabinet member and them as a whole. I don't know that 2, 3, and 4 can really, I guess 4 could probably be checked off the box, but some of this work is ongoing in nature that we're just constantly trying to improve. And then moving on, here were objectives for principals, teachers, staff, parents, and students as well. So some of the accomplishments was one of the things I pride myself is campus visibility. Plus, I just love being out at our schools. So I did 99 campuses in the 26-27 school year. Not all of them were while I was superintendent, of course, but that information is helpful to me. Met with Superintendent Student Advisory Council twice since becoming the superintendent, and then they did some board presentations that were very informative. And then 19 quick take videos. Christina and Christian might say it felt like 119, but trying to make me sound good on video was a challenge, but they do a great job, so those are great. I enjoy doing them very much. Some of the accomplishments, work completed is I've been at a lot of LEAF meetings, the Council of PTA delegate meetings, CFAC meetings, school and safety meetings. I don't want to read them all, but it's been a very eye-opening aspect of my job, but it's also been very enjoyable to meet with all these various stakeholder groups and the amount of people that support our district from various organizations. And some of the findings are that there is a desire from our instructional staff for more support, but also improving our resources. The bottom three areas of concern from our UT survey are pay and salary, and we've talked about that. That came up in one of our audits, and then benefits, and then job satisfaction, really when it comes to workload. Our teachers love their work. It's the workload from other things outside of teaching that is frustrating. And then the top three areas that are positive are that strong teamwork and collaboration, high trust, and then strategic alignment of our mission and purpose. Community, they value presence from the superintendent. And I don't say this lightly or in jest by any means, but I've been invited to so many events and things, and that again, that's one of the joys of this job, is to go and see our students perform and do outstanding things. The vast majority of our parents and students are engaged and they're pleased with their experience. I get stopped all the time in public now. Nobody used to know me much in this community. I was actually even in the airport very early in the morning before getting ready to leave on my vacation, and was stopped by a student and her mom, and just went on and on about how much they loved their experience in Leander ISD. I had just shaken this young lady's hand at graduation a few days before, so it was nice to see them at the airport. And then communication challenges at times of frustration. So when something's not going right, I'm upset about something as a parent, that's when there's frustration of, I don't feel like I'm getting the response that I need or I want or in a timely way. So that's an area for us to focus on as well. These are findings from students. I'm not going to go through these in detail. These are basically pulled from the the Superintendent's Advisory Council. These are their presentations, areas that they wanted to focus on. I definitely need more work in getting connected with students in different ways, so that is an area to focus on this upcoming year. Some of the work that's still in progress, I was gonna do a principal advisory committee. That was in my original plan, but I go and visit principals often. So I pivoted on that and decided not to do that. And then SAC and student interviews, I was gonna do interviews with those students, but they already had work that they were doing on things they had identified. I didn't feel right to just pull that away from them and say, hey, answer these questions that I came up with. So I took the things that they already found to be a challenge in our system as the platform. I didn't do teacher interviews. Time was a major factor, but I am going to work with Dr. Hodges, and we're going to mirror the superintendent's student advisory council and do a teacher advisory council. That's going to be just FaceTime with me. And we've talked about, do we do these online? I like face-to-face, and I want to hear people's concerns and read their facial expressions and know how happy or frustrated they are. So we're going to try to figure out the balance there, but that's something I'm committed to doing this year. So again, these are recursive objectives. I don't know that I could ever say that I've identified all the key issues at the campus level, because as soon as you can solve something else is there to identify. So this is ongoing work. I've made some progress, but I want to continue to interact and identify those needs. I created these entry plan success measures that overlap with those different objectives, so I don't want to go through those, and I'm still watching that time down there, but these are some things that I'm still working on in terms of numbers 2 through 5 on the screen. The planned response to address needs and align support is highlighted because I haven't been able to present that to the board until this, and we don't necessarily have a planned response for all of these that is detailed, but we do plan to respond to some of the major findings in this. So these are some identified needs outside of the original plan. Again, we've talked a lot about our different audits. I knew about them before I created that plan. I don't know why I didn't include them, but those are a huge part of the work that we're going to be doing and have done. And then the board resolution, some interesting stats on that. Just so there were 22 be it resolved statements that were directed to attendance and or administration. Sorry, not attendance. Sorry, I think I have this on the next slide. Nope, I don't. I think I get to it in just a minute. Honestly, I'm getting ahead of myself. Safety and security became, I'm going to come back to that resolution in just a minute. Safety and security was something that emerged. We had some audits, and those have been presented to the board and identified some. We do a lot of good things in safety and security, but there's some areas we need to improve as well. And then police department, developing that police department, there are budget constraints we've had to offset and salary confusion for officers that we've had to overcome. And so here are some of the responses to those items is this first slide shows that this is what we created for the community, but the board of how we're monitoring the response and recommendations from those audits that were done by Gibson. And so that's available online for the community, but as well as and board members. So we have a good process in place to manage that and monitor it throughout the year. And then in the board resolution, there were those 22 be it resolved statements. What was interesting is looking at this, I don't know, maybe it's really not interesting. I found it interesting, but 18 of those, we've done a good job, but they're recursive in nature. So we're going to start back in our next process. Is most of that is focused on how we do budget and staffing, that it's inclusive of the community and stakeholders in the schools. There was one directive statement that you could really say, all right, we've done that and we're done. We don't have to look at it. And that was about transfers from outside the district. And then 5 statements about that are in progress related to long-range planning, bond analysis, copper penny analysis, and then 2 directives that go along with that, or that are part of that, to analyze the impact of long-range planning, INS, and M&O, and that's a lot of our discussion tonight as well. And now, so in that response, we've also engaged Civic Solutions Group to help address the long-range planning, but definitely some of those other things as well. And in terms of safety, Chief Rogers and Miguel, who is over our safety and security, they worked with our area superintendents and another team that we brought back our safety summit this year. It's something that was done before. Had 20 sessions, all campuses, principals and assistant principals were there. We had required attendance. We set clear expectations around what we expect to see. A lot of great sessions that day. There were also operational sessions, but safety was definitely a big part of that focus. So, and then Miguel has developed a year-long learning plan just related to safety and security. That's for cabinet members. That is for campus leadership and various stakeholders. So I feel like we're taking a really comprehensive approach there. And then police department, Chief Rogers has done a lot of work with HR to clarify and problem solve on some of the salary in our officers' defense. We did communicate some confusing information to them. I feel that way, to nobody's fault, but we've had to work through that with them. And then we have a plan for more structured check-ins with officers. Shay and her team have already started being more visible at the schools at the end of this past year. And then we've hired a new assistant chief who many of you have met recently. If not, you'll love her when you meet her. And a lot of officers and marshals have been hired over the summer, and several that are still in the queue. We did make some strategic delays of some of the positions just due to budget, but without compromising safety, so just trying to be a little more strategic there. So planning ahead for 26-27, so this was one of the objectives that that was in my original plan, So I haven't done a lot around this, but we're starting tonight with 3 or 4 board meetings focused on the bond and Vader, the stuff that was requested as part of the resolution that we're going to be presenting to the board to inform you and help facilitate a good decision for our community around that. And then regardless of what that decision is we know that the long-range plan development will continue to include those needs, and we'll keep looking to the future of how do we pivot on I don't even know if pivot is the right word. How do we plan for various possibilities, as I know this board is committed to making the right decisions, and sometimes that decision is not to move forward with one of these items. So we're walking in lockstep with you as we make decisions around that. So we will prioritize raises, and if anybody's watching this outside of this room or in this room, that doesn't mean we are guaranteeing, but the board has been clear that this is a priority for us. So we have to prioritize those and do everything we can to give raises in 27, 28. And then I think adjusting workload issues that were expressed by teachers, I think some of the things that we've put in place can help with this if we deliver on what we're trying to do. So there's a lot, school hasn't started, we got to make these things happen. But the central office instructional support team adjustments that Dr. Hodges and several of our assistant soups worked on, I think are a game changer. But as we learn, we may not see a quick response, but I think there is strength in that focus long term, that we are there supporting teachers at the campus. Aubrey is not something we've talked a ton about, but Jason and several people have identified. This is our new data system, so it is definitely going to improve data access for teachers, which is very time consuming, but it also for all of us at central office as well. So we all want it now, but the team is doing a great job of being really intentional. So, because if we roll it out incorrectly, we'll never get that back. So we're trying to be very calculated and smart to not go too quickly. Well, I say we. Other people are. I want to go fast, but they're telling me to slow down, and they are right. So district and campus PLC work, I think anytime teams develop and get stronger, efficiency improves. So there's some things that we're doing to support that work as well. Change management is huge. That was part of the instructional programs audit. And so we have a defined process that we're trying in a few different places, and we'll make tweaks to it, but we're trying to do everything with that in mind. And then I mentioned the teacher advisory committee. We have the new department or team around student and family services. And then I've already mentioned some of the work on the bond invader over the next few weeks and possibly into this next year. And then district level PLCs and department improvement plans. I'll tell you, there was a lot that was great about the leadership retreat, but one of the most rewarding things for me is our operational, I sat in with some of our operational folks as they were talking about what does a PLC mean for us. And we, to their credit, we don't do great, it's always an afterthought. And so they've taken this challenge on and created these documents, and they're working to ways they can analyze data, provide better service. You can't see it on this slide, but if you look at the details, they are very focused on supporting and serving schools. And so I love that mentality is there pervasively across all of our operational departments. I did not do a very good job of sticking to my time, but I hope I did a good job explaining the progress so far. So thank you.
Board members, do you have any comments, questions, clarification?
I just want to say I really appreciate the update and the information. And I know it didn't go as quickly as time as you wanted, but it's still important for the board to see what's happened in this time period. I'd like to say, and just underscore and underline, I think it's really important that you are looking at those data-informed systems. I love the word data-informed over data-driven any day.
Yeah.
Because it's not letting the data do the dictating, but it really means we're going to be looking at it. I also like over and over again the emphasis on systems. I felt like when I first came to the district, and I've said this to every superintendent who's come in, is that I don't think trustees appreciate it when we think there's a system in place. We lean into that system, and then it finds out that, well, it really isn't a cohesive system, and it falls apart. It only works for some people and some of the time. So I think really building in that system is important. Also, I'd like to really thank you and Anna and the board. This working on our student outcomes and focusing on what are our priorities. What do we want to be the main focus of our meetings is imperative and important. And I'll have more questions as we get to the superintendent evaluation, because I think what you said is if everything's a priority, right, then nothing really gets moving like we want it to. We really can't get behind it and see as much initiative and oomph as we want to. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
I just want to kind of comment a little bit what Trish said. I appreciate you doing this. I know it's only been 74 days, but it feels like 300 days.
No joke.
I mean, this board, but I want to say though, like I just want to say thank you. I know there's nothing easy about being a superintendent right now in the state of Texas and this board, and you have gone through this journey, and it has been, I think it's been good for us. I think it's really helped reset us. I'm just, you know, some of us got to attend the leadership conference, and y'all know I go to those, and y'all know why as a board member, why I would attend those in the past. And I will say the vibe this year felt good. It felt like there was direction. And what I most really appreciated was your closing statement, because when I heard in your closing statement is I heard from each board member. I heard concerns that each board member brought to you. I heard the board goals. I heard conversations we've had in here, and I heard you address them. So as a board member, I feel like we finally feel seen and we feel part of the work. And I just want to say, one, your work's not done. But also the last thing I'll say is it felt, slide 18, you talked about your cabinet, you know, and being plans and feel like they're being reactive, you know, and y'all, I've said this before on the dais, I feel like this board sometimes is reactive. So just to know that we're all feeling the same thing and we're all working to get better aligned just makes me feel better. So with that said, board members, any other, yep, I knew it.
I just want to quickly say thank you. I think this is really helpful to model this idea around coming back to our goals and reflecting on where we are in that process, and the level of transparency that you provide, where you said, we didn't hit this, and also this is the feedback we're getting. We're going to name it. We're just going to be, we're going to really hit it head on. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this, starting with board and superintendent, how we just continue to move toward that model.
Sure.
All right, board members. Well, if y'all have other feedback, you know where to go, and there's an agenda item later tonight. So thanks so much, Chris. Appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Board members, we're going to change the order of the agenda and move to closed session. So it is 6:57 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identified information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent formative evaluation. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration employment of area superintendent. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. All right, guys, let's get it. Dang, you still got us under time. Look at that. Look at you.
That's not too bad.
No, you're It is 8:43 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Just so the audience and those watching, we will take action pursuant to closed session at the end of the meeting. So we're going to make y'all wait for that announcement. Next, board members, we are going to go to 5B, discussion and consider approval of the 2026-2027 superintendent evaluation instrument.
All right, good evening. Is this, okay, yes. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. I'm here with you this evening to talk to you about the evaluation instrument, the superintendent evaluation instrument. Where is the, I don't think there's a button near me. Oh, should I move? Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's start with purpose, if we don't mind. Okay. So the purpose of this evening is to talk with the board about a clear, aligned framework for understanding how our scorecard might work, which we talked about June 18th. The drafted superintendent evaluation, and we're also going to talk to you this evening about the quarterly monitoring plan, and how all of that all together helps us monitor priorities, assess progress, and support timely governance oversight throughout the year. I think I have a button now. Thank you for that. All right, so we're going to talk about a couple of different ways. We are piecemealing some support so that you all have a connected system with 3 connected tools. So we talked back June 18th about our board goals and how we might create some interim metrics to keep tabs on the progress towards our goals. That then generated a scorecard, which is in our board docs and you have available in front of you. Based on feedback that you all provided from that meeting. That scorecard's meant to help us track outcomes, progress towards guardrails, and then structures to maximize how you all can kind of track the progress that we're making. One of the ways that we'll keep tabs on that progress is through quarterly monitoring, which we'll talk about here soon, but that cadence is down below on the side. You'll see we'll talk about our work in October, February, May, and July, but we will also be talking here in a few slides about how we'll be bringing you ongoing data updates and other updates so that you understand as it relates to the superintendent's evaluation, the work that's happening not just in one night in October, February, May, and July, but all throughout the school year. And then we'll talk a little bit today about the superintendent's evaluation and talk about how the board might be evaluating the work that the superintendent's doing to lead our district effectively. So let's start with scorecard. So the objective of that scorecard is to make sure that we remain focused not only on our end goals that we get for the summative end of the year, but also our interim goals that we discussed in the last presentation, to make sure that those interim goals are helping us assess if we are making progress towards the attainment of our overall goals. The key lens that we talked about from June 18th is students, all of our students, but also our students classified economically disadvantaged, with that premise being that we are a high achieving district and we do have scores that we always want to make sure that we're growing and progressing in. But if we are to target our economically disadvantaged population, we are going to be able to close some gaps and then boost that overall score as well. So you'll see on the left, we have the interim focus areas as 3rd grade math, 6th grade math, Algebra 1, and post-secondary readiness. That does not mean that we will not be working on the other areas of our board goals, such as reading, TSI, but we want to make sure that we are focusing on our greatest area of need, and that's where those interim focus areas come from. You're going to hear us talk throughout the year about our student outcomes, both summative and formative. The implementation goals is really going to be around some of the things we talked about in June 18th, the infrastructure to support monitoring our goals. This is going to be unit assessments. It's going to be implementation of our curriculum, our HQIM, our PLC metrics, all of these things, what I've been calling the infrastructure to support the progress towards our goals. And then also you'll hear us bring you reports about the guardrails, which we'll kind of touch on here in just a minute. Okay. And then just to give you a high-level overview, also included in board docs and your packet, you're going to see how we have the superintendent evaluation broken up. And so that scorecard that I talked about, the board goals, the interim metrics, those are going to be 25% of the evaluation, and also the infrastructure pieces that I just kind of touched on. So scorecard progress, monitoring, PLC, curriculum implementation, that will all be 25%. 25% of Dr. Clark's evaluation will be around educational leadership. So what are the metrics that we're going to bring to you to talk about how we're ensuring that students are successful in our system, that we are planning coherently to make sure that that happens, and other continuous improvement efforts, and then how Dr. Clark is supporting the capacity of our leadership across our district. The third section of that 25% is about district management. So this comes down to financial stewardship, the operations of our district, supporting facilities, personnel and organizational systems. And then that last section is about governance support, policy implementation, communication and engagement, so board and community efforts that the superintendent has to support the success of our district. So that's a high-level overview of that superintendent evaluation. And then this is the part I'm most excited about, the quarterly monitoring. And so I did mention these dates in a couple slides back, but we have the October 15th would kind of be our baseline. And I know it seems a little late, but there are some data pieces that we want to bring to you after we have beginning of the year data in, so that we have a really solid this year baseline with our students that are sitting in seats right now. And so that would be October 15th to go over all of that beginning of the year data. That evening that we would talk about that in quarterly, we would have had a comprehensive data review happening in open session presentation so that you all have that information. And then February 11th and May 20th are kind of your checkpoints. You've got your mid-year checkpoint. February 11th, we'll have just been able to conclude our mid-year universal screener data. We'll do the same type of big presentation on data points, and then we would discuss those in the quarterly conversation. And then in May 20th, we will not have a big data, but you will have had multiple touch points that I'll talk to you about here soon, about all different things, not just the board goals, but the guardrails, the progress towards the guardrails, implementation guide, operations and our department plans, those types of things. We'll be able to talk about those that evening and other evenings. And then July 22nd would be where your summative conversation. Okay, so for the part that I'm really excited about is this bottom section of this slide. So school board, campus, and facility walks. We're looking to create a cadence in which, I'm gonna give you an example and then we'll go from there. So it's gonna be chunked. So like from the beginning of the school year, mid-August, all the way to October 15th, we will have had a number of different presentations, and our efforts would be that we would take board members out and provide opportunities to go see the things we're gonna present on live in classrooms. The purpose of that is A, so that you can see it in action, and then B, so that we can support you all in learning and understanding and having perspective that then you can leverage in your conversations here in the boardroom as a part of your governance. So one of the pieces of feedback that we'll ask when we get to the discussion slide here in just a minute is our thoughts are around giving you a variety of different topics and then allowing you to name the preference in those topics. Those topics would really be in line with the things that we're going to present to you, and we would end up building and culminating to October 15th conversation. We would do the same thing between October 15th and February 11th. What are those topics we're going to present on? What are we going to end up being talking about and discussing in February 11th? How do we provide you all with real live opportunities to go out into classrooms, out in our facilities, meet with our departments, and see boots on the ground, talk to our people face-to-face about the work that's happening. So just wanting to gather some thoughts and input on that from you all. A thought we've had is, if I'm going to give an example, a real life example, I think Sade, you went and were able to see like the phonics implementation last year, and you were able to speak to that in the board conversation that's happening. So we would love for that to be a part of it, or we might say, hey, you went out and saw X, Y, and Z. Can you speak about the insights that you had? And that would help contribute to the work that we're doing. Let's see. Okay. So with that, I'm actually going to pause and open up for discussion.
All right, board members, now's your time to ask all the questions and just, let's get it started. Let's share the mic.
I have a question just overall. I'll just put my three out there. One is Superintendent Clark talked about the fact that if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And with the current evaluation, we're balancing everything at 25, 25, 25%. I'm just wondering how we would feel about actually really focusing on that student outcome. We did all the work on student outcome. We're telling the superintendent that's where we want the superintendent to focus is on outcome. Shouldn't that be a large part of the scorecard? And then in line with that large part of the scorecard, what I really love, Angela, is that you pointed out that you're going to be doing these, I had the word right here, the implementation goals, which we'll set up, which I think will allow you to actually put more KPMs under those student outcomes. Like, what are the key progress measures? What are the pieces of evidence that show that we're going to obtain that? And so one of the things I'd like to see, I love being here at the end of this conversation, right? Because now you're going to do full circle and kick it off. But I would like to see, like, how we stay aligned when we go do our walks. So in other words, I may really want to see, industrial-based certifications and CTEs, but is that our student outcome goal? Well, if it's not, okay, yeah, you can still see this, but how do we make sure that we're staying focused and aligned on the main things we're going to do? Or else, again, all the work that we did, it's threatening to just blow up, and these meetings are going to go to 2 a.m. again. So,
I think, so one in particular, I am really excited about these boardwalks, kind of what you said, Trish. Like this, let's be honest, I don't think this opportunity has existed for board members in the alignment that we're creating here. Like, we get invited to campuses, but we don't see what's happening. We don't feel part of the work. And this was a big complaint with the board, is we don't feel part of the work that's happening. And so, I think a great thing, and I think administration this year found that out, is when they were trying those visits with us, and we saw inconsistency in what we were seeing on these visits. And I think administration has problem solved that, and they realized that, Nicosia and I saw this amazing PLC process at Heisel. It was beautiful. I don't think any of y'all got to see what we got to see. And so for me, I think, and I can't speak for administration, but I feel like they learned that lesson this year. I think also for me though, what I really like these board visits, the intention behind them is we're not all over the place, right? And these visits have meaning. And we heard it in leadership this year, right? Like, we're trying to show our staff and our administrators and our principals and teachers, like this board, we're there to do governance and to see the great things that we created at the board level. And it gives us that visibility to feel part of that work. I don't know, I don't see what you're saying. I don't think it's gonna be this chaos and we're gonna get in a meeting and it's gonna be a 2-hour dump and we're gonna be at 2 a.m. I don't think we've ever had this kind of structure, and I think that's been the problem with this, is that every quarterly we would get data dumped. We wouldn't have any rhyme or reason to the data, and I feel like that this is a good starting point to get us to there. I don't think this scorecard came from NSBA. Remember how excited we were about it after that presentation? Like, I don't know, that's just my opinion. I think this is a perfect? No, but I think it's a good start, and I think I'm most excited about the boardwalks, I think.
well, and Anna, to go back to that, I remember when Sade and I were talking about phonics, you're like, I didn't get to see that. And so that's what I mean about that alignment, is that we can all see the things we're interested, but it should be aligned to this, is what I think is really important too.
Yeah, I think what you heard Anna talk about that we learned is we just started doing these because we wanted to provide a structured way to get board members in to see some of the good things that are going on in schools, but we didn't really have enough structure to it so that you know what each other are viewing, or either you're all seeing the same thing. So I think where we would definitely try to, the goal is to tie all this so it supports what we discuss here in terms of the scorecard and my evaluation. And so you're seeing things that are aligned there. So if it's not a trickle down from that, that would not be focus. Now, to do that, there's two approaches, and I can make an argument for either one. Either everybody sees the same thing, or we say, these are the things that we can make a visit happen for you related, and each of you, like you may say, well, I've already seen PLC, so I don't really need to see that in action again to understand it. So I'm gonna choose this. But I think what will equalize that challenge of, well, wait, I didn't get to see that, is everybody knows what everybody else is doing. And so that prevents that from happening. I tend to lean like the different approaches, like everybody's seeing something a little bit different, or at least maybe two of you see this, two of you see this, and three of you see this. Think of the rich conversations that can be brought back into the board in an evaluative conversation for me of what you saw that was working well and what you saw that wasn't. And yeah.
If it, I want to, for illustrative purposes, explain why that might be the route to go, just for the board to be thinking about here. So if we look at the second window for boardwalks, I've got that as October 16th to February 11th. In that window, what we'll be talking to you all about is PSAT or TSI. So we might have opportunities for you to go see tutoring structures. You might be able to go see a CPM class. You could go look at college readiness efforts for high school campus leadership. You could observe a PLC in action. We can go to central office and talk about how central office is supporting PLCs. You can look at the math adoption in action. We could look at reading in action, or we can talk about how we're observing curriculum coaching. You have 8 or 9 different choices of things to go see. So the capacity of us to, or you all even, to go and each all see the same thing, 8 or 9 different things, might not be as effective as which options do you all want, so we can kind of spread thinner and then come back and report back the things we've seen.
I just love the opportunity, I guess, the opportunity that y'all are giving the board to be able to feel part of the work y'all are doing. I think this is really good.
I do like the board visits, and I think this was a good discussion that, I think having the opportunity to select within a range of what you all think would be helpful for us to see is great, because we also all have different experiences. So I may choose to see things secondary because I haven't had as much time at that level as I had in elementary, and vice versa for other board members. I think that could be really valuable. And in terms of the 25% across these 4 different areas, I guess for me, I can understand Trish, what you're saying, and I definitely get this idea about focusing on student outcomes. I think for me, I interpreted the other areas as the ways of the values, or the guardrails is really these values that the board has set and how we do the work. So not necessarily getting into the nitty gritty, but again, that vision of how we are going to, who we are as a school district and how we focus on student outcomes. And so for me, they're not disconnected from student outcomes. They're how we support them. And so I'm comfortable with there being a distribution across these other areas. But I can understand it both ways.
I want to just from way back in the day. So this is what our superintendent reports look like. Gloria remembers these. And that, when I look at us putting guardrails and some of the other things in here, I still wonder if we think we're streamlining, but y'all might end up back here. And so I think that's just an important, again, I don't get to go to the next rodeo. Y'all will figure this out. But I can just tell you from my lessons learned, I think I would be cautious. I think if your guardrails are exactly the same thing as your student outcomes, then all you did was go right back to the square. So if you're watching guardrails and you're going to treat them just like a student outcome, then you really just didn't say you were watching on student outcomes. And if it's all 25%, then we just kind of repackaged. It could feel that way, or it might turn out that way. Just be very, very cautious, I would argue.
All right, board members, this is up for adoption tonight. I gotta look. Sorry. Yes, it is for approval. So I need a motion.
I'm not here for the next round, so I don't feel comfortable, because I would change and I would say 85% for the student outcomes. So somebody else has gotta. I'll support y'all, but I'm not gonna. I don't feel comfortable making.
I mean, as someone who's worked on this, and we sat through multiple meetings, and I was there when the board wanted all the guardrails. Let's remember that everyone was on their own soapbox. So let's remember that everyone was. You wanted attendance. I wanted special education. You wanted GT. I think right now this is something new. This is something different. I think about our conversations we had as a board at NSBA. I'm sorry, you know I'm always going to go to attendance with you.
I was already there throughout this discussion. I'm like, if a kid doesn't come to school, does any of this make sense? So
right.
That's all I've been thinking about.
No, and I think it's great that you're always going to be the attendance person, just like she's the GT person. So, policy person. I think for me though, Trish, I think it is something different than we've done before. This is completely different. I think about the conversations we had at NSBA as board members, going to those presentations, seeing some of the alignment. I think we saw an ex-Leander ISD employee whose district put this on, and we all walked away like, hey, we want some of this, we want some of that. And so is this going to work 100%? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think we have to give it a try. And I think the beauty about this board is we all know when something's not working, this board will push back. And I can guarantee you, come October 15th, if this board we don't feel like we're aligned, because I feel like that is one thing we're really trying hard to stay in our lane and be aligned and do the work. I guarantee this board, I don't even think October 15th, I guarantee by September this board will be pushing back and saying this is not working. And so I'm willing to give it a try. I think there's good work. I think Angela's done great work at getting this together. I feel like this reflects, and I mean, okay, I'm done. So I need a motion.
I move the board approve the 2026-27 superintendent evaluation instrument as stated during tonight's meeting.
Second.
A motion from Laura, a second from Sade. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 6 ayes. Motion passes. Thank y'all, board. Angela, thank you for that work. I know that's a fun process. Okay, board member, according to our agenda right now, we're supposed to take a 10-minute break. Nope. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, we're just going to keep going on then. All right, we are going to go to 5A, discussion of strategic alignment of board goals and operations. That's us. Oh, yes. Okay, go.
Am I starting off? Yeah. All right. Good evening again. You get to hear from me twice tonight. So we are going to be talking about the alignment between our operational board operating procedures, and are we operating and working in a way that supports progress towards the goals that we have laid out. So do we have alignment? And to me, a lot of this is about systems and efficiency. And so we're going to be focusing on how the board and administration communicate and manage information. There's a lot of information sharing back and forth. And then board meeting efficiency and effectiveness. And then board committees and development, which includes our PLC implementation guide.
And I just want us to go ahead and, I'm just going to say this, we're not grading anyone's performance tonight as a board member. I'm not going to call you out if you don't run your committee correctly. I'm not going to call you out if you don't come prepared. What this is a conversation. This is literally a reset. This is a governance workshop. We talk all the time about us being on our lane. This is the conversation and the agenda item for us to be on our lane. So I just want us to set that record here. This is not a negative conversation. This is not anything to say we've done is wrong in the past. It's to make sure we're going to be more efficient and be better at doing our job.
So the first topic is board administration communications. So we want to establish those clear communication channels and documentation practices that improve transparency, alignment, and timely decision-making, which enables the board and administration to more effectively monitor progress towards student achievement outcomes and board goals, but also just so that when you need information, you feel like you have it in an adequate time frame and it's easily accessible to you to make important decisions. So, why isn't this going? There it goes. So just a little bit about some of the discussions we've had in cabinet. And I as a new superintendent, I'm working with a coach and a mentor through TASA. And one of the things that the starting point with that coach was that establishing yourself in the superintendent role as the chief communicator with board members. So I asked, what does that mean? And it doesn't mean you're the only communicator, but you're the chief communicator with board members. So this is about governance and board deliberation, district business. It is really important for clarity's sake with the board and accuracy, for a board member to have a full understanding of anything related to governance, deliberations, or district business, that you have a full picture of those things. And so we have to make sure that if you're communicating with an individual, that person also knows that. And so that takes a lot of orchestration. And that's where the chief communicator role comes in. So this is not about control. This is about providing board members with accurate information to inform their decisions. And misaligned communication, and we've talked about this some, it's frustrating to you. And you feel like there's an inability to govern, that you don't have the same information that another board member has. So those are the foundational reasons behind a lot of this. So we had a Google site or a hub for the board in the past, but Mitchie and Cindy have done a lot of work to create a new version of that, which I know was shared with you in our memo last week. It streamlines probably these 8 items that are the most frequently accessed or needed from a board member, so that they're right there, easy for you to find. So that's really the purpose of the redesign of this, and you can see that if you have not looked at these yet, there's a link to a Google form where if you have questions, and we'll talk about that in a minute, where you can submit them. If there's an agenda item that you want on a board agenda, you can submit that there, so it's documented, and we know that's something you want. All the board meeting dates, weekly board memos will be indexed there, board goals are going to be linked, then operating procedures, which this conversation tonight, from what will inform the final version of those operating procedures for the board, and then that internal audit tracking that we know we're really paying close attention to. There's also some additional information about governance documents, committee information, which we're going to talk a little bit about, district plans, and then quick access to archived information. None of the information that you had before is going away. It's kind of being archived and accessible down there at the bottom part of this Google site. But we're going to organize new questions and information in what we believe to be a more easily digestible format. And then, of course, the calendar, you can just see the tip of it there. Those calendar items are events where board members have been invited, and if somebody has RSVP'd, it is placed on this calendar by Cindy. So if you ever want to monitor that, did I have RSVP for something, you can check it.
And I just want board members to make sure that you're updated on your Raptor, your background check, because that is part of our board operating procedures. You need to be current if you want to be on a campus. And I sent an email out to a board member who is not caught up. So if you've got that email, please make sure you have done your job. That's it.
So I want to go in a little closer on this information request. It's a Google form where you can submit. I think each form allows you to submit 3 questions, and you select an area that's organized by our major department. So if there's a chief or a deputy over a specific area, that's how it's pretty much organized. Did you want to talk a little bit about this part too? Or,
Yeah, I know I had some questions from board members when we got board member about this, wondering, are we being micromanaged? Why are you trying to silence my voice? Y'all, this is y'all know, as we start going through the CSG process, as we start just coming through a normal school year, we all have questions. We know, we all have a lot of things we want to get answered. I think for this right here, make sure that board members are getting the information they need. We know in the past, there's been time board members have asked for questions, asked for certain information, and we haven't got it. And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. This right here helps this gives board members a way to track it, to be like, look, I've done this, I've gone through this, give me my information. But I think also too, it allows the board to have that, everyone gets that same access of information. So I'm not going and asking for Jeremy about all the data for rezone from like 2015, right? And then I'm holding on to that. And we're about to have a conversation. Like, the intention behind this really, is to make sure board members are getting everything that each board member's asked for, but also, y'all, by TEA, we're supposed to be reporting every time a board member requests for information. We have to start doing that. We got to do a better job at that. We know they're looking for everything to come in and take us over and dock us for anything. And so this really is a way to keep us from making sure that we're reporting the right stuff, but most importantly, board members are getting the information they requested and on time from administration.
And how does this not implicate quorum issues?
I don't see them, they see it.
It's not that different from what, there aren't quorum issues now. This puts it all in one place, but there's not dialogue back and forth. So the way that we are sending them back out to you is through the, what do we call that? It's linked. Yeah, we put them in the board memo, and then they're archived, I guess, by department in a bigger document, but there's not back and two-way communication there.
Because right now, per our board operating procedures, is board members are supposed to, when they have a question, to to put Chris on there and CC the president, but none of us are doing that, and I'm not complaining about it. Some of us are, not all, okay? I'm not complaining. I don't want to see all y'all's emails, but I do think this allows board members, I'm just going to say it holds administration accountable. When we ask for information pertaining to a board agenda item, we shouldn't have to wait a week or two to get it. We shouldn't. Board members need to be prepared for this, for the agenda, for the meeting. This gives us a place to make sure that that happens.
How can we access, because like on my phone, I can get an email and send an email real quick. How do you access this phone? Because are you gonna require board members to download an app?
It's just Google.
You can
This will be available in the Google Drive?
Yeah, you can use it
Okay.
through Google
I'll
Drive,
go
or
ahead
you could do a bookmark with it on
Okay.
Chrome, or, yeah, there's a
Okay.
couple
No,
of
just as long
ways.
as it doesn't, and I appreciate, what I do appreciate, not necessarily this, but what I really appreciate is the questions that we're asking, like are starting to make a documentation and keep it. Because the questions, like sometimes there are things that other people asked before. If we just have a place where we can go get the information, we'll quit asking the information over and over again. And I would love to see that happen too for our meetings. I went to go look at something, because that's our history. I went to go look at something in like 2019, and the meetings, I couldn't find them on YouTube anymore. And so, was it 2019, I went to go look and I couldn't find it there anymore. And so I think that record of history is just important. And again, that one could have just been my mistake, but I think that's important for us to just be sure we know as a board where's our intent, our hearings at, and where's our communication. So thank you.
I want to just echo, I don't want this to be an obstacle, and I don't want it to be perceived as an obstacle, but it is a way to ensure that we have your questions documented, because it is hard, quite honestly, to manage. The amount of email and text and chats that we all get is a lot. I don't want it to sound like it's a burden. It's not. It's just stuff can easily get lost, and when we put it all in one place, that just helps us. And so this is new habits for us in admin, and just like it is for you. And so we're trying to figure out how to navigate that, and I think the best way to do it is be open and communicate. So the important thing is that we work towards getting everything here. And I think, honestly, when we have good information available, that'll reduce the number of redundant questions. But the questions are also data and feedback for us. If we're getting a lot of questions about a specific topic, that should alert us as to something, right? So
I think that we're talking a lot about like systems, right? And I think this is fair. I know that some of us will text Angela, and somebody else might text the same thing to you, and then email it to staff, right? And so I think that's we're talking about how we need systems in different places, and I also think we want y'all to focus on, you have all these goals, and we also don't want it to be just managing all of all of our email and text and stuff. And I do appreciate it being in one place, because maybe I'm asking half the question and someone else is asking a different piece of the question, and being able to put those pieces together. It's like, oh, I hadn't thought of it from that. I just think that's really valuable in those spaces. So I appreciate that.
yeah, I know. All right, we're done. No, I'm just kidding. So our goal is to, if you submit a question by 12 on Thursday, when we're back to our 5-day weeks, that we'll get it answered in a Friday memo. Now, some of the questions are big, so that might take, but that's what we're working towards. And I want to just be clear that may not always happen, but that is what we're working towards.
I think also I know some of us are just like when we're having dinner tonight, right? We casually ask questions, I know that's not going to stop, and we're not saying to, not have any questions. Like, there was a question tonight they had. I think we just got to get, y'all know, going into that, in those conversations, if you do, say if I bring up a question to Rachel about staffing, just remember, don't make the expectation for her to follow up with that when we didn't follow the proper procedure. Like, I need board members to Yes, still engage in that dialogue and conversation, but follow up. If you want it, follow up with this form. Like, I feel like we need to get this. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I know there's times we talk and some of us are a little more friendlier. We're friends outside and whatnot. We need to, I, as your board president, I'm going to do a good job at trying to get this, and I need y'all to really follow in that lane.
Okay, so now moving on to the next part of this. So you've seen the new format for the updated memo. It's not drastically different, but we are focusing on, actually part of this is based on some conversations with you, where we're looking at, as we get into board meetings, responding to questions that happen in here or follow up. That's one section of the previous board meeting. Here's a follow up, and then looking forward to board meetings. This ties to our board meeting efficiency. So if we can get more information to you on the front side to make these meetings, when we're all in here together, go faster and end earlier, I think we all will be better in our roles. So it's trying to create habits, but also organizing the information that's easy in a more easily digestible way for you. I don't want to read the sections to you, but you can see them. And then you can see that one part where that's where we would put any new questions front and center in the memo. Then they go archived into that other document that you also have access to. That way you don't miss anything that's just put into that other document. I think that was it. Yes, sorry, yeah.
And I just want to clarify, when I was looking at the meetings, it was 2019, I only saw one meeting on there, and 2018 is where they stopped. So again, I appreciate keeping that record, that longevity, all the questions, so thank you.
Okay, I think,
Discussion.
I don't know if there's much discussion on that one.
Right, next.
All right. Sorry, moving on to board goals. Oh, did Nkosi have a question?
Nkosi, are you all good?
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
I thought you were asking a question. Okay, so if you remember back, when right after I was named acting superintendent, we had our board retreat and developed some modified our board norms, team of 8 norms. And so one idea that emerged somewhere from SLI or NSBA was how do we draw our attention to those norms, but without having to read them ourselves and it feels clunky. And another way to highlight students in our board meetings, SCR created a video where students are reading the norms to us, and we can kick off each meeting with a short little video and reminder of that. So I thought I'd show this video tonight.
Every month, the Leander ISD Board of Trustees gathers in the room you're in to make decisions about my future.
I may never speak at a board meeting, but every decision they make affects me.
When they listen to each other, it helps them hear us. The team of 8 will prioritize mutual respect and inclusivity by actively listening, demonstrating respect for all opinions, making space for each other, and recognizing the equal purpose and value of every member.
When they are prepared, we are prepared. The team of 8 will ensure integrity and accountability by maintaining transparency and honesty in all interactions, being prepared for every meeting, and responding in a timely manner to all necessary requests and inquiries.
When disagreements stay respectful, solutions become possible. The team of 8 will maintain a commitment to learning and engagement by staying curious, asking clarifying questions, and remaining actively involved in the work of the board and the district.
When leaders keep learning, schools keep improving. The team of 8 will engage in mission focus and constructive dialogue by not only acknowledging issues, but concentrating on strategic objectives, criticizing privately while praising publicly, focusing on common goals and actively promoting the positive image of the district.
When they assume the best in each other, it helps us become our best. The team of 8 will employ productive conflict resolution by seeking common ground, assuming positive intent, separating issues from personalities, keeping the focus on core beliefs, and always assessing how a decision or disagreement impacts the district while maintaining appropriate confidentiality.
We learn from our teachers learn from their leaders, and our elected Board of Trustees can better teach us by the way they lead.
Every decision,
every student,
every meeting.
Thank you for serving Leander ISD.
So you can see, well, oh, I thought I had the norms in there. Well, you have them on the table in front of you, but so that's just a creative way for the norms to be forefront, and we can model that PLC work for our leaders and teachers throughout the district. And another part
I have a question about the video.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So we have this, I'm looking at the norms, I'm looking at board ops. I would just like it to be aligned so that we update board ops so it just matches.
Tonight, that's what Chris said tonight. Basically, this meeting is kind of a discussion. Board ops are going to be updated based on what comes out of this discussion tonight.
Okay. And we did say preparation for meetings, but there were some other things in there. I just like, whoever's going to look at board ops, just make sure it's all in there like we want. I would like to, at some point, whatever our catchphrase is going to be, it used to be leading to a bright future, which we have on some of our materials. It was #1LISD, which is on some of our other materials. Now it's every student, whatever we're going to do, it just feels like we just have all these little pieces all over the place, and it just feels a little chaotic. So I'd love at some point, for it to be one thing continually for just, 2 years maybe.
Oh, I said 1 LISD has been more than 2 years, yeah.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. 2 documents that are linked on the Google site, just to inform the board, but also you have access to these of how we're planning board meetings a little bit differently, is planning with time in mind. So we used to put time to these meetings after the agenda was developed. So now as we're planning meetings, we're considering how long something is going to take. And Cindy's done a really nice job of laying this out so we can look at a year overview, but also meeting by meeting. And so you'll be able to see it better when you're accessing it on your device. But it's a good way for you to also see, you may have a question about something, but you can look here and see, oh wait, that's going to be on the agenda in the next week or two. And then you know it's coming. Or you see something on here and I want to make sure they address this or answer this question. You can submit that question through the form, and that'll inform a little, to a certain extent, could inform how we bring information to you as well.
Can I tell you, I've called Anna before when we know an agenda item's up, and I said, Anna, how long are you planning for that meeting? And she tell me how long. I go, wait. How long is the administrative presentation? Because I want to know how long we get to talk. Because then that lets me know what the expectations are. So I think there is something interesting there to know what you're really planning for on trustee discussion.
Well, that governance audit this board just approved tonight is going to go and look at 2 years of board meetings, and we're going to get an idea of everything that is said.
Well, are we going to get along of how long trustees discuss the issues?
No, all of that's in there. It is going to be, I'm a little nervous, but I think it's going to be great for us.
I do think it's an important piece for us to plan for, and this all ties together to me as if we inform you better in a more organized way leading up to a meeting. In theory, you should come with fewer questions, except for more governance-related questions instead of, I don't understand this. There's a difference there. That helps make the meetings go faster as well. So planning ahead, thinking all that stuff through, but communicating on the front side. And then the last thing, one of the big things that we've talked about a lot is aligning everything to our board goals. So that's changed in the board letter. I think we've already started using that this year. So every agenda item should be connected to board goals and student outcomes. I think that's it. I don't know if you wanted to say anything, Anna.
No, I think just any questions, guys. This is, the board agenda calendar is a living document. It will change. We know that. Mm-hmm. I think we need to be very, if it's not on there, don't freak out. I think the other thing is, I know this board has been, when we have 5 heavy agenda items, it's just too much for us. So I think it's going to help us be able to do our job in a more efficient way. So looking forward to it. Any discussion, y'all? We good? All right, next.
All right, moving on to board committees and development. So we've laid out the administrative support for the key committees that are listed here. And and then who is currently on them. I know this will evolve throughout this year. One of the things that we're going to do potentially this year is a plan of work. I think you want to talk about that, yeah. And that's the next, yeah.
So don't let that freak you out, y'all. So really what this is I think about going back to that board calendar agenda. And a lot of these committees are doing a lot of good work right now. And some of us don't sit on those committees. Some of these committees are talking about some heavy, big things. And I think it's just important for the board to have a streamline of information. So just for example, legislative committee, right? We, as a board, do set priorities. We know during session it starts picking up. And I think for me, the intention behind this plan of work is really just to make sure, one, when the committee's meeting, we're aligned with what's going on in our actual board work. I know that's not always going to work out. I get that. But I think also the intention behind that is to make sure when we're meeting, the meetings are efficient not only for the board but for administration. And the meetings actually have to have like meaning to actual meet. Don't just meet to discuss for 30 minutes. Like if board members want to just meet to discuss for 30 minutes to get their feelings out, then let's just do that. We don't need to bring administration. But like, I think it's really important, especially as we start going through, we prepare for legislative session, no telling what they're going to come out of that. If we know what policy is working on, I don't know why I pointed to you, you're just policy person, like she's attendance person, but if policy is getting ready to work on all these legal updates, the board needs to know what's going on. We need to know what's coming down the pipeline. So a great example would be like for September, if policy is going to meet, or audit's going to meet, or legislative's going to meet. Let's put with that September meeting kind of like a topic. What is that going to be about? What are you going to do as a committee? What is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? And I think most importantly though, and what we need to figure out as a board is the work that goes in the committee, how are we getting out to the board members? Like we used to do conversations at board meetings, but then we were here for 45 minutes all listening to each other talk. So the intention behind this, we're going to take it one step at a time because this is a new process for us. It really is. I want us just to think about the board committee chairs that are here right now, is think about right now, what does this year look like for you as a committee chair? What do you want to accomplish? And I think we'll start from there and then we will pick it back up. And what I expect from committee chairs, I think the committee chairs in here are Sade, you, Trish, and I think Nikosi may be one. What I need from y'all right now is to think about your committee and what you want to accomplish this next year. And then I want you to get with your, I call them sponsors, your board administrators. And I want you to get with them, and I'm sorry, I think it's important. You guys are going to be working together because I cannot have board members going in rogue in one direction and not informing administrators who sponsor that committee. It has got to be a team partnership. And so what I need from our chairs right now in the next 2 weeks is I need you to reach out to your board sponsor. I need you to get a 30-minute meeting going, and I need you to sit down and figure out what is that plan of work and what do we want to see for this committee for the next year. And then I want us to bring it back to the board because I know policy is going to be all over the place with all these legal updates. I know the sports talked about an AI policy, a GT policy. I want the board to be on the same page for that stuff. I want the board to be on the same page when it comes to legislative committee. We all have our different soapboxes and we all have our different priorities. But I need us to be on the same page when it comes to this work here. We are all one of 7 voices.
Anna, is there a way where we can like, I don't know, maybe cut out some time, or maybe you do that in December, where you find out how, like, policy is one of those things where I'm just looking at this going, oh my gosh, and Sean can probably attest to the fact that sometimes we'll get an update and it's like, oh, we just found out from admin this has got to get approved.
And that's
and
right.
There's a meeting all of a sudden, and we're not talking about that. Doesn't happen just once in a while. Like there's this, and so then all of a sudden you're working on an issue, and then how does the board not feel blindsided by that? So we're trying to put things in board memo, but I just think maybe at December to really make sure everybody's on the same page of what that is. Because I think I don't know, for the others, I know ledge we can be kind of, we know what we do in ledge, but I think policy is just a different
Well,
beast.
I mean, things are going to come up, but I think most importantly is to make sure that the policies that aren't part of these random updates that come, that we're in compliance. Like, we need to be in compliance with our policies. And I think for me, it helps, one, it goes back to systems in place. And I think that's what I'm looking for. Like, I know random stuff's going to come up and you're not going to be able to put a plan of work. That's an exception. I'm talking about normal like what is the rhyme or reason for policy meeting? Like, not just for random things. Like, this board's lane is policy, right? That is our lane. We shouldn't be working at policy only when random updates come in. And so what I'm looking for that committee is like, tell me, what does that look like? What are you going to go and update every outdated policy from 2017?
Yeah,
Are you going to make, I know,
we have a
but
list,
that's
yeah.
the stuff I want to see. I want to see that information. Like CH was forever, right?
Right.
I want to know, I'm just making, like, what if y'all decide to look at like DBG or what? I'm just making like a policy thing up, right? It's not part of this normal update that TASB puts out. It's not part of some random emergency thing.
Right.
It's an outdated policy. That's what I'm trying to look for,
Right.
at least in particular for that committee. For the audit committee, the board, that's a lot of money this board is spending on. I think it's important that the board knows what's going on, that everyone has a say, that it's not just the audit committee deciding for the audit plan for the year.
Right.
That is what I'm trying to achieve here. So when the audit committee is meeting, right, and you know something comes up that in our board meetings, and the rest of the board understands that the audit committee's meeting, y'all know what's going on, and you have a chance to weigh in. So it's not just we're going this one direction the entire year. It's going to be messy. It is not. This is going to be hard for us. It is.
I think we can figure it out too at December time. I think we can put some tweaks in here. I do wonder, and I told you about this, Anna, I'm not really sure how this fits, but I think something like Key 6, that is something that is our main connection to the work that y'all do with the city. How do we know kind of the big topics that are coming up in those?
Remember,
And
I sent
so-
you an email when I was on the board, and I was like, I want some updates for these Key 6 meetings, and I could
6,
never get
right.
any updates.
Right.
But this is the intention
so
behind this.
That might be, and so that's not listed on our board committee, but something to think about. I also
It's not
wanna-
in our board ops, right? It's a weird
and
thing.
that's what I'm saying is like, we have some things that we do say board committee, but on these things, like the school safety is not a board committee. That is set through statute. That's like a district committee. We just have board members that serve on it.
Right.
So that one.
But
so-
we added that one there because, again, as someone who didn't sit on that committee, I had no idea what was going on. I think it's incredibly important that every board member, regardless of whether it's in statute or not, they need to know what's coming out of that meeting. I mean, there's stuff that I feel like that is, there's things that, and after sitting on the board on the Safety and Security Board as board president, there's things that get brought up in that meeting that you other board members don't hear about it for a month or two. That's not okay. It's not. And so I'm not going to wait. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to push back here, Trish. I'm not waiting till December to get this in order. We need to start working on this now.
Okay, well, then I'm just saying, then we need to get clarity, because there are some committees, like, there are things on here that board members are a part of that aren't listed, that aren't necessarily board committees, and so I just want to have some continuity.
I think this goes back to the, as you, after this meeting, clean up or operating procedures. This is a screenshot out of the board ops, and I don't know if I just didn't get Key 6 because I wasn't sure if it was, I cannot remember, but I think we can go back and look and maybe relist these so that it's clear that this isn't just a board committee. The safety is that's there by statute. We can clarify those things, and I think what's going to be key is that those three admin reps are Dr. Waltman, Dr. Hodges, and myself. So we can help develop a plan of work, and plan for the unknowns is something that we actually are pretty good at. So we can kind of weave that in and just have a structure, I think, is really what we're looking for
Yeah,
here.
I think there can totally be a structure. I just
Yeah.
want to manage expectations. And I do
yeah.
think there is a point where we need to make sure we're all on the same page of what is in here and what isn't.
Right.
And then what this result really gets us. What do we really get out of this? Because I don't know if like, we're already seeing our board ops are already outdated, right? So I just don't know if a piece of paper will do as much as does the board, and I think that's a fair question, does the board want an update annually? I don't know, but I just think those are probably more things to look into later.
Right. Our December retreat, we did board operating procedures every December. We do that every year. And the intention behind, again, this meeting is so we can get those updated, because we're changing systems here. So yes, none of this, what we're talking about tonight, is going to be reflected in our board ops right now or policy, because I thought it was important for me as that chair to come to you tonight to get that information. I could have just done it and said, guess what, it's on consent, too bad. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not playing that game anymore. I want us to have this conversation. So I know it's not listed the way you want it right now in board ops, because it doesn't exist, because the conversation's happening right now.
No, I get that.
Okay,
And that's
good.
not what I'm saying. So Anna, I want to be real clear. my statement is the board committees we have on here don't all, we have some things in here that you're saying, oh, this is important to me. Board Ops doesn't list it as a board committee, nor would they. And so I just want to be consistent on what are the committees that are in and out that we're going to be looking at this.
Sounds like we need to have a discussion on committees. I mean, some boards don't even have committees. I'm just saying that might be our direction.
Well, it looks like it's really a list of committees or activities that board members participate in, because the other ones that we
That's why we took the other ones off, remember?
don't have board members on there. So if you add key 6, that's
And
somewhere where board
LEAF.
members. Yeah, and
Yeah.
LEAF, yeah.
Well, like, remember, we used to have CFAC on here, we used to have CACAC, and remember, I think it was last board retreat, as a board, we decided to remove those because those were district-led committees. Like, those used to be on all of our stuff.
We took board members not attending those, right? So weren't board members appointed to these? We had board
used to
members
be appointed.
on. Yeah.
And we
so
took that off.
We
And that's
stopped
what,
that.
so I'm just saying, like, we've had this discussion before about committees, and that's like what Sade was saying, there's all these other committees, but we, as a board, had that discussion a year and a half ago, like, to remove it.
So Sade, you said what would be a good standard is any committee that has a board member that's actively on it. I think that simplifies this a lot, honestly. Yes, yeah.
So just to repeat what I said, board chairs, I think it's just us three right here. We need to get together. I told y'all, please reach out to your sponsor. Start that conversation there, and then we can come together as board chairs to kind of get better aligned. And I anticipate more conversation on this, but I'm going to be honest with you, board members, I'm going to push for this. I'm going to push for this as a board. I need better alignment from our committees, and I need better communication flow to our board. What does that look like? I don't know yet. We as a board need to have that conversation, but right now what I need from board chairs is to get with their sponsor and start thinking about what that year looks like. What does that work look like for the year?
Right, and as a board, right, we're going to need to, as 4 board members, agree this is what we want when we get there.
Yeah.
And I do think that's an important question too, Sade, since you mentioned that. What about the ones like LEAF? There's not really an administrative sponsor, so how would Laura, what would she do? And so.
I do. I
So
go to all of those.
you'll do that
yeah.
in Key 6.
Yeah.
Oh, you get more paperwork.
Mm-hmm. I love paperwork. Okay, and so I think our goal is August 6th. You know, if we have, we have some flexibility around that. We don't want to delay it too much, but I think our goal is to try to bring some of this back, and that way that creates that awareness. Okay, so moving. Go ahead.
Can I just? Real quick?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted. I know this is kind of something different, so it's taking just a little bit of a shift and maybe fleshing out some of the details. I think this is helpful for me as somebody who is not on a lot of the committees to just know what's happening and also know when to expect there's an opportunity for me to participate in some of those discussions and be prepared for those discussions. That's helpful instead of kind of guessing like, when is this going to come before us and when am I going to be able to contribute to this issue or have this discussion so that I know ahead of time. I think that piece, if that's not part of the plan of work, would be really helpful to know if it's going to be moved onto the agenda or like when that opportunity is for us as a larger board to discuss an issue that might be going through a committee first.
My big picture idea, that's what I would love, just so that we as a board are prepared. We know it's coming, it's on the agenda. Like, yes, I would love that. Are we going to get there overnight? Probably not, but that's the goal.
Yeah, I just want to, we have talked about that and tried to figure out like what's the right cadence, but like policy is a great example. You could have a high stakes policy that you need to act on quickly that does need to come before the board for discussion, but then there might be another one that's so straightforward and it's legal and we really don't have a lot of say in what it is. We can put that sucker on consent and, sorry, that's my Oklahoma boy coming out there, sorry. Put it on consent and then come back to it. You know, it's hard to establish that, but I think we will work on that for sure, yeah.
Absolutely, and it'd be more of the ones that there's discussion and discretion for the board to have that I think would be more important.
I do wonder if there's more of a role that the board would like to play too in policy. I mean, maybe there's why, At one point, the problem is that policy was all worked on by administration, then it came to a board meeting and we would wordsmith, and it was a very long board meeting. But we could re-envision the structure different. And so I don't think, again, that's what I'm saying, I don't know if this plan of work is really gonna, like, what if there's a different appetite? And so, maybe December is too late to discuss that. But when do we want to discuss, like, is this committee really getting the results we want? And is there a different way we want to do this? And that should be a discussion we have.
Yeah, you're not
sooner
saying
rather
wait
than
until
later.
December to do the plan of work. You're saying reevaluate the plan of work in December and have a discussion around it.
I'm saying at some point, the board should really be able to say, do we still like audit committee? Do we still
Yeah.
like the board ops the way it is? Or do we all want, how are we doing this, right? Does Key 6, is it meeting needs? Or do we need to change and shift in something?
Yes.
And so, yes.
I think that'd be a good opportunity in November, December with new board members coming
I have
on.
it on my list.
Okay, so moving on to now board development. So I kind of categorize two different types of learning. One of them, originally we planned, I was thinking as you were presenting, that we were going to do this before that discussion, but it worked out okay. So Angela laid out a plan for one type of learning where you're learning about the system and how the work that's going on in our district that supports our goals, all the things we're monitoring on the scorecard and superintendent evaluation. Then there's learning about practices related to governance, which is things like the leadership conference and NSBA, those different things. And then we also, within that, I see PLC could go in either one. I couldn't figure out which place. It does fall in both, but that has been a big focus of the board. I think we're out of the conference stage of that for a little while, but now it's how are we reflecting and improving our practice? That is authentic learning, honestly. So those are the two types of learning that we want up for discussion tonight. We have the PLC implementation guide, but did you want to talk about conferences and different?
Yeah, that was something, the board has cut back on our travel budget. We've been very intentional about going to certain conferences, and I think that's something as a board we need to start thinking about and possibly bring back August 6th. Like, what does that learning look like to you? We all know as board members by TEA, we are required to do training. And I think the training though is, sorry, Nicosi. The training's so much more though. We know what these conferences give us. It gives us the time to bond as a board and to really get to know administration. So I want board to figure out, given our budget constraints, we know some of these conferences we go and we're like, great, you're a school of 500 kids. Please tell me about your problems. Like, I need us to think outside the box. How are we going to learn and be better as a board? You don't need to have the answers tonight, but I need us to start thinking about that and be ready to have that conversation on the 6th.
I would like to say that I think we need to think about our school board development framework. That's required that, Anna, you should be giving that handout to trustees every year, right? In addition to that, that is an evaluation instrument that you use to say, okay, where do I fall in this? And I know there's some of that in PLC. I think there used to be some of that in that PLC guide. But there's still that framework when you take that, I don't know, how are we doing as a board? Are we doing these things? That should identify the trainings that you need. And so that still goes back to something that you tried to set up last year, which is, are the trainings we're taking aligned to the areas that we have identified as a board that we need improvement on? And I think that also goes back to like, okay, then looking at what's available to teach that. And yes, there are the Texas Association of School Boards, the National Association of School Boards, there's other workshops we can do, but I just think I'd like to see us like line that up. I think that would be powerful for this board to line up what training we think we're deficit on as well, as far as what conferences we go to.
That's the conversation I'd like to have. I know we all did that framework in December. Remember when Orrin came and we did that survey and all did that. We have those results. I think though, that's a conversation I anticipate having on the 6th, is basically from those results, that whole thing we did. So I need y'all to think about that. And I think it's really more than just those organizations you named. We have to start, we did a joint session with Round Rock ISD, like, how do we utilize more of that kind of stuff in our community? Because we're all busy, we all work. we can't afford to be all going to these conferences and staying 4 or 5 days away. Like, we can't. So that's what I need from y'all, is to start thinking about, like, I don't know, maybe there's a committee workshop we can do with the surrounding district. I don't know. I need y'all to come ready on the 6th. We already did the framework. You have, that information was emailed out to y'all if you need it to look at it. But I'm looking for something more outside the box. That's what I'm needing from y'all.
This next portion is a continuation of the work that Brenda Cruz started with you all, and as you all know, that she retired. So we have Terry Osborne and Lauren Meeks coming up to lead this next portion. They're taking the baton from this. Yeah, this is Terry's first time.
Welcome, Terry.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees. As Dr. Clark mentioned, this is going to be a continuation of the district dialogue about operating as a strong and effective PLC at every level of the organization. And that's going to include our discussion of our PLC implementation guide as a key vehicle for that learning and development for all of us, to include the Board of Trustees. So in this segment of the presentation, we're going to build on the learning that took place in December. And I know December was a very long time ago. If you're anything like me, you might not remember yesterday or last Thursday. So we want to build on that conversation and take us back a little bit. But just thinking about it, you had a dialogue about the details of the board's role in a professional learning community. You also talked quite a bit about how the board's governance influences student outcomes, and that happens through your focus on learning. And then last but not least, in that workshop with the beloved Brenda Cruz, you talked about what PLC looks like, feels like, and sounds like as a team of 8. So we are going to build on that, and tonight reconnect with some of those concepts, as well as put the implementation guide in front of you, talk about its purpose and structure, and we're going to give you a little homework to do an individual board self-assessment using that PLC implementation guide. And I do believe there are a couple of copies around the room. We'll get to it in just a slide or two from now, and that will be when I hand it over to Lauren. Before we get to the implementation guide, we do want to recalibrate with that learning that took place in December, not just for ourselves, but every opportunity is an opportunity to educate the public, our parents, our staff, our community. So these two visuals should look a little bit familiar. They really simplify two key concepts that got discussed in that workshop. On the left, you see what is a PLC, and we have lots of acronyms in education, professional learning community. And then on the right, you see the theory of action. So I won't spend too much time here, but I will go through it so that we can just recalibrate back in what you discussed. One of the first things that was reviewed were the big ideas of what is a professional learning community. And first and foremost, it's focused on learning. And when we think about PLC from the teacher standpoint, that's very different from a focus on teaching, where we might think about our planning time or our conference time, but a professional learning community anchors in that focus on learning. And you discussed that in your workshop and what it looks like for you as a board. Second to that, you talked a lot about culture, and not just PLC as a thing we do. We can kind of get caught up in that idea that PLC is a time slot we put on master schedule, and then we go to the meeting and get in the rote routine of the logistical idea of PLC, but it's truly a culture. And I took some time to watch that workshop. Thank you, Dr. Hodges. And even in that dialogue, the board talked about that culture of collaboration and collective responsibility, not just in your board meetings and public session or closed session, but also how that culture should permeate how you show up when you go on visits or in the grocery store, really who you are as a board member and a collective governing body. And all of that, of course, leads to being results-driven or results-informed, because we do want to improve student outcomes. In that discussion of PLC and professional learning communities, you reviewed 6 essential characteristics. I won't spend too much time here because all of those should look super familiar. In fact, as a board, these are your key priorities as a governing body, from the norms and that incredible video we saw about the kids, mission, values, collective inquiry, which we've done quite a bit of tonight, and then results orientation when we think about the superintendent's evaluation, or even the things that got discussed that have been accomplished in 74 days, which is definitely amazing. All of that should ring true in your PLC as a board and PLC at any level. And then last but not least, and I think if we say PLC in any environment in the state of Texas, maybe across the nation, when we think about PLC, you should hear the 4 questions. And those 4 questions are: what do we want students to learn? How will we know if they learned it? What will we do if they didn't? And then what will we do for those kiddos that need the enrichment because they've already got it, maybe even before the learning took place? Those are the questions we want teachers exploring in that professional learning community when they're conducting it, but also in the classroom and in their thinking about what they're presenting when they're focusing on learning through their PLC. Of course, we want our teachers and those collaborative teacher teams to talk through those questions and any of those characteristics on the left-hand side. But what we also know through our your actual jigsaw activity with the leading PLCs district-wide, you learn that the theory of action is if you do those things on the left at every area of the organization, every level, to include the teacher teams, to include the board, to include us as an administration. I'm looking across at the superintendent, him too, yes. Then that's when we really get to that goal at the top, which is improved student learning. So those are some concepts we definitely wanted to level set and review on prior to talking through the implementation guide. And I'll pass to Lauren Meeks.
Okay, so in order to bring this theory of boardroom to classroom to life, we wanted to make sure that we provided every level of our system with clear understanding, just to provide clarity around what is expected from every level of our system in terms of PLC work. And so we have worked in partnership to create PLC implementation guides, from our teacher PLC implementation guide to our district leadership PLC implementation guide, and now also our board level PLC implementation guide. And so I'm going to walk you through the structure of the board PLC implementation guide. So that way we can just familiarize ourselves with the way that this document is structured, because you are going to be utilizing this document to ultimately self-assess as a board. So we can start off with the structural components of the rubric. So you will notice that there are 4 team elements. And those team elements are PLC foundation, leadership vision and culture, collaborative culture, progress and accountability, and resource allocation. You'll also notice that there are 11 key actions. And those key actions basically break down the four elements into subcategories that illustrate more deeply what the PLC actions would look like, what they would entail, what is expected out of those 4 team elements. And then you'll also notice that there are 3 performance levels. And those performance levels go from bright, right, to light. Bright being the most ideal actions of the PLC. Right being you can look at that as a proficient level. And then light being, you know what, this might indicate that we need a little bit more development in this area. Okay, so now that we have an understanding of the structure I want to make sure that we talk about how we're going to utilize this document to self-assess, okay? So the self-assessment, first of all, provides an opportunity for you as trustees to reflect on your current key PLC steps, your key PLC behaviors at this point as a board. The reflection is really intended to identify strengths to help you to prioritize opportunities for growth as a board, and also to guide the board's continuous improvement around your governance that ultimately supports student learning. So let's talk about how you might engage with your self-assessment and also in partnership with that implementation guide. And like any good teacher, I am going to model for you the steps that I would encourage you to take as you're engaging in this self-assessment. So the first thing that I would do, I'm going to encourage you to do, is to look at the key action statement. And that is that yellow area that you see up on the presentation right now. So again, there are 11 of those. So I would read the key action statement and then start in the right column. I would read the corresponding, I would read the first bullet, okay? So you would read that first bullet, and then I would look at the corresponding indicator in the bright and light columns. Based on your individual perspective and the evidence that you have personally, you would determine which level best reflects the board's current practice. This is important, what I'm saying. It's your perception of the board's current practice, not necessarily you as an individual trustee, but how you perceive the board to function in this specific area. Okay, so after you've considered all of the indicators, all of the bullets, going from right to bright to light, then you would essentially look at your preponderance of evidence to make an overall rating for that specific key action area. Okay, so then you would simply choose your level that you believe and move on to the next section of the assessment. Just so you know, for ease of access and just overall visibility, it is broken up into sections. So you must complete one section before you can move on to the next section. That is on purpose. And then also you'll know that I just want you to be aware that the assessment is going to collect your individual email address. That it is set to where you're going to have to use your LISD email to access this, because we want to make sure that we are only getting feedback from the team of 8. So again, this information will go directly back to Dr. Clark, and you all will get a copy of your own responses. And then that assessment will be used again to identify your strengths as a board. It'll be used to identify areas for growth, and then however else you would like to utilize that information to ultimately grow the capacity of you as a Board of Trustees.
Sounds like we'll be using some of that for our training discussion, just saying.
Yes. So.
Yeah, that is actually what I wanted to know. Is I'm looking right now at the development framework, and it's not exactly the same, but there seems to be a lot of similarities.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my question is, do you think or feel confident that we could use this instrument for that as well to help us, like in the future when we do evaluations?
I think that might be a great question for Orrin, just so we make sure that we're not missing something. But I think the fewer things we're having to fill out, the better. So if we can do that, I think it makes sense. What I like about this too is it mirrors what we're asking our teachers and administrators to do. Same timeline, same reflection activity,
So we're all reflecting and growing.
I think that's the part that I really like about this is we know that what happens here trickles down. And I feel like if we as a board are setting that stage and expectations and we're following this, then we're going to see principals also have that level of, okay, the board is invested in it, I'm going to do this. And I feel like this is this connection piece I don't think we've had before. And so I'm excited for this. I think it's going to be good.
Well, I was, and I will follow up with Warren, by the way. Just, yeah.
Board members, any other questions? No? All right, Chris. That's the end of it. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right, board members, I know that was a lot to process, so I know you probably will have questions later. Please send to Cindy and Chris so that way they can get those out. Board committee chairs, I will get with you so we can flesh that whole plan of work, whatever that is out. I just need the board to be ready on August 6th to have their homework done and come back and do some good governance work.
Yeah, we can get with our admin people. So I think the most important is just you get with Chris of what he should be expecting for admin, right?
Well, I thought we talked, just so if you have further clarifications on what that looks like, just so, there's only 3 of us. So if you have more questions what that looks like, then you can either get with me or not. It doesn't really matter. So, all right, board members, do y'all want a break or not? Nope. All right, then we are going to go to, sorry, I'm all turned around. We're going to go to 6A, discussion of potential bond invader.
So, no, you're fine. You're fine. So, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. So while Daniel brings me a little clicker here, we're going to stay on this slide because what we're going to try to do tonight is talk about 2 really important subjects going on right now around a potential bond consideration for November 2026, and then also potential voter-approved tax rate election, which we're going to refer to as a VADER for the rest of the night, so I don't have to state that entire acronym. But before we get started, I want to make sure that I bring forward a clarification, because while you hear this presentation tonight, you're going to see a lot of focus on renewal and renewal needs of previous investments. But I also want to highlight that we know that growth is still occurring in our district, and so it's just in a different region. And so I want to make sure that we understand that both kind of renewal and growth are not two competing narratives. They're actually both very important, but a lot of the focus of this presentation is going to look kind of in the near term, kind of 3 to 4 years out. But we also understand with some of the long-range planning activities that we're navigating that growth is still going to occur, and we still need to plan for that appropriately. So with that, we're going to structure tonight's conversation around a 3-part series, and we're going to put all these pieces together, but we're not going to put all the pieces together tonight. What we're going to do tonight is focus on part 1, and part 1 really is surrounding the why and some of the context around what has brought us here as a district and as administration and also a board. And then you will see that the part 2 will happen not too long from now, 7 days from now, and then part 3 will be on August 6th. So we're not going to dive too much into those, but we wanted to highlight what's coming up for you, because next week we're going to have our both co-chairs from these Citizens Facility Advisory Committee Steering Committee here to present the projects and the recommendations, get to some of those details, and also some of the financial, yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question already. Before you start, just based on the information you said, before I hear like recommendations and we go too far down, I'm still wondering, has this board, like, have we had a discussion about how we feel about going to bond invader? And so I feel like talking about recommendations and a lot of these other pieces before this board has had a discussion about how do we feel about going to bond invader? what are our thoughts about that? I just feel like I don't understand the sequence of events. And I don't know, Chris, if you can help me with that, or Jeremy, if somebody can address that, because it feels odd to me to be planning out these meetings and talking about recommendations and things like that, when as a board, how do we feel about going to Bond Invader?
So I would say the reason we're here tonight, especially for this initial one, is that part of our resolution that was board adopted in September was to bring a report on this to the board. Then there was a follow-up soon after where the charters for the CFAC committee were approved. So I think this is a follow-through on that work. I'm not saying that discussion is an irrelevant discussion to have, but that is what drove us to presenting this tonight.
I thought that was really the CSG, and what CSG is doing was in response to that resolution?
Yes, but in the resolution were specific directives on that second half. There's the whereas part, and then it's the be it, I can't remember that word, yeah.
Okay.
Be it resolved that say explore and provide an analysis, something along these lines of a potential bond and the copper pennies that are available and how those interact with the long-range planning processes and our maintenance and operations. There's like 3 or 4 different statements that all allude to this, M&O, INS, but then potential bond and the copper pennies. And so I don't know if I'm explaining that well. But.
I guess just to kind of ask this, Gloria's going down, so if after the end of this conversation tonight, if the board decides not to hear those recommendations, can we tell you all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if there's anything, I don't know from a procedural standpoint, if action is on the table tonight, do we take action?
There's no action. I just think.
No action, but is there I don't know. I'm going to stop and let you do what you need.
I think what
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get at is, yes, there is a timeline. Board members have reached out about this presentation. I feel like board's on one page, admin's on another page. I think all I need to hear, though, is that after the conversation tonight, yes, there is this timeline. I just need to know that timeline may well change. That part 2 might not be what's on here. And I need to get clarification that the conversation tonight, the board's going to drive what comes next.
Well, posting requirements, the agenda for July 30th posted today. Now, if the change is within the realm of that posting, I do think there's some validity to this, in that just so the board is fully aware and informed of what not taking action means. So there is that aspect of it. There's not a right or a wrong to this. It's all about informing the board of here's what happens if we do a bond or evader, and here's what happens if we don't do a bond and or evader.
I do think the time actually that, I don't know if the board, I don't know, I'm not going to speak for the board. I think the time maybe to have said, I don't know if I'm going to be okay with this, might have been when we adopted the charter. But the fact is, we already had CFAC get together, the subcommittees have gotten together, CFAC's gotten together. And I really don't, I'm curious as to how we all move forward, but we asked our community to put in a lot of work. And so, gonna have to balance that as well.
Oh, I know. I mean, we approved the CFAC, what was that, in November during all the chaos? We hadn't even approved the CSG coming in yet. Everything has changed.
Well, I think that we still need to hear what they have to say, and because when we're making a decision or expressing our opinions, it really would be based on what we hear. So, and like Trish has said, the community has done the work, so we need to listen. We can't just.
I respect that, and I don't think us not hearing it, because that work never is done. I think just what I'm trying to do is respect board members' time, community's time, and administration. If by the end of this conversation tonight, it's clear that the board does not want to go to bond, I just don't think we need to be wasting people's time. I'm just going to be honest with you. And so I just need clarification from administration that if the conversation goes that direction, we decide not to go to Vader. We all know we have our issues with certain things in regards to both of these items. If those items come out tonight and the board doesn't feel comfortable having more conversation, I just need to know that administration is going to be willing to pivot. Doesn't mean we're going to abandon this conversation. It's just going to look like a lot different conversation. That's all.
I just don't know what we're going to do. This isn't posted for action. We've already got a 30th. I get what you're, like, I don't disagree, but the community's already met. So when we're saying, like, we don't want to not use their time, like, we've already done all that. So
I know. So tonight we'll pick apart the process, which I know you have questions about. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, is a free-for-all, because we're all frustrated by this process and we get nothing done. That's not to say we're gonna not listen to the community. That is not what's being said here at all. It goes back to systems and process. I just need to make sure that we're not wasting our time, community's time, board members' time. I also don't want the board and administration on different pages, because right now I feel like in this topic in particular, I feel like admin's here, board's here. And that's gonna be a problem going forward. So I just want to know that if we make that pivot tonight, I need the administration to make that pivot.
Okay. So it's valid points across the table, because we've explained this even when we meet with committees, that once the things that we have to review and establish throughout processes, the board always, at the point that it gets in front of the board, have to consider so many factors beyond even what a committee has to consider. And so that is real, and that will surface, I think, in really big, tough conversations like this. What I would say, what our goal administratively is to do in this, what we call the diamond, is to at least get as close to a shared understanding of the circumstances and the conditions in which we are navigating now. It's not necessarily to advocate for the direction and the next step. We just want to have a shared understanding of what we're navigating right now. That's the goal of tonight, while we tried to separate it into multiple parts. And so that's going to be our goal. In this part one, it was not to go deep into the projects. It was really, again, to hopefully we can get somewhere near a shared understanding of some of these components. But we have to understand the evolution of the district, because the evolution of the district has changed as well. Not everything has matured at the same rate. While our facilities continue to naturally mature, the funding environment in which we are navigating is not maturing at that same rate. And so we have some challenges that we are facing, both operationally and from aging facilities and systems. So we're going to break this down into kind of 5 different areas. We're going to start with where we've been over the past 25 years, and then what has changed around us and where we are today, and kind of what those next steps could be. And so over 25 years ago, Leander ISD experienced a period of extraordinary growth. At one time, Leander ISD was the fastest growing district in Central Texas, and also one of the fastest growing districts in the state of Texas. It was an extraordinary period of time in which our community had to invest and build the district as we see it today. The question really was about, how do we build enough schools in order to accommodate the growth and the thousands of students that we were seeing showing up on our doorsteps every single year. So that was the question in front of us. And what that required was a pretty significant capital investment in those facilities in order to meet that growth. And so in order to establish kind of a perspective, we're going to use a familiar analogy and metaphor here, and this is just simply driving a car. And there's multiple mirrors that we have and views when you drive a car and you're navigating, and what the windshield represents is the growth. For so long, we were looking straight out that windshield on a linear path, knowing that we had students coming and that growth coming. We need to make sure we had the facilities in place to do that. That was a primary focus at that time because of what was coming in front of us. And that represented the growth era, which was 98, but it really took off from 2000 to 2010. Our district enrollment doubled at that time. Over 10 years, we built 23 facilities. And so those investments continue to serve the students today. But one thing that was different was the financial environment in which those investments were created. And we're dealing with something very different right now. And so now we fast forward to today, and the question's a little bit different. It's how do we responsibly care for and renew the same facilities that our community invested in over a quarter century ago? So that's different because that's more of a reinvestment. Because while so many things changed in this district and so many things have changed in public education in general, one thing has remained constant in Leander ISD, and that's our commitment to our students and to our students' experience. But that part of that commitment is making sure that all of our students, past, present, and future, have the same access to a high-quality learning environment. And in order to meet that commitment, it can require reinvestment in the facilities that we have in order to maintain that student experience. That brings us to the next perspective, and that's the rearview mirror. Because the rearview mirror reminds us that stewardship is beyond just growth, and those investments that were made 25 years ago, eventually they get to a point in their life cycle where their major systems and components need to be either replaced or a comprehensive modernization. And that requires, again, another significant investment in order to meet that demand. We've seen this graphic before. I've shown this graphic a couple of times, that this isn't just about a one or two aging facilities. This is about a significant number of our facilities reaching a point, again, in their life cycle that they're going to need to be addressed in the coming years. Again, we have 10 years and 23 facilities. We're not addressing and looking at all of those 23 facilities right now. It's primarily focused on the next 3 to 4 year cycle. And this represents it just in a different perspective, because what we'll see is all those blue lines represent one campus. You can see we did a lot of years with one campus, but in that growth era, we were opening 2 and 3 campuses a year. And what happened is there's T-shirts made in those eras because this entire central administration building was empty because everyone was on campuses trying to get these things open. And so that represents the significant growth, and eventually this will come due for modernization and system replacements. This is one of the most important graphics of the presentation because it represents 2 different challenges. On one hand, we have operational challenges. We see those every single year when we have to set our budgets. But every 3 to 4 years, we also have capital challenges that we need to address with those facility needs, our technology needs, our program and facility needs, all tied to capital investments. So that brings us to that third perspective, because if the windshield is growth and the rearview mirror is aging facilities, the side mirrors, that represents the environment around us that is ever changing, and we have to continually monitor that so we make the right next step. So here represented, these are buckets. There's confusion sometimes with my graphics, but these are to represent buckets, because we need to understand that the state of Texas provides school districts 2 primary funding mechanisms in order to operate. The first one being your M&O fund. That's your maintenance and operations. That keeps our facilities, that keeps our district operating day to day. But you can see that 88% of that fund is tied to payroll. That's to support our staff and our educators, leaving only a finite 12% to do everything else. And then on the other hand, we have our INS. And that INS tax rate, that's our interest and sinking. That funds the debt service on voter-approved bonds that pay for all the capital projects that are needed and the things that we're talking about today. Both of these are different, and they solve 2 different challenges, and one can't necessarily solve the other. So when we break down the M&O and what is included in that 12% everything else, that's just maintaining our buildings on a day-to-day. That's our technology support, our security, utilities, fuel, insurance, supplies, all of those things. The operating budget is designed to keep our schools operating. They're not designed to replace major building systems, again, because it's just a finite portion of that budget. When we look on the flip side on our INS, again, that supports those bonds, that's the community investment dollars. That's where we do campus modernizations and where we do technology replacements and improvements and safety enhancements. That's where we buy school buses, buy land from that fund itself. And those are designed to preserve and renew the facilities that we have and those assets. They're not to fund day-to-day operations. And when we break down our current tax rate just over 75 cents on the M&O side, and 33 cents on the INS side. You can see them working together, but again, they have different or separate purposes and different legal uses. But you can see the breakdown on how we have it. That has not been the same. That typically changes every now and then. On the M&O side, we continue to see more constraints. And I'm representing that here. That's a vice. The graphic is a vice. There's sometimes can be confusion with my graphics, but again, that represents the squeeze. Okay, there's not just a squeeze on the M&O side. There's a squeeze on the INS side. You can see some of the things that are leading to the constraints that we have on the M&O side, just tied to compression and state funding ever since House Bill 3 was introduced. What happens is we're becoming more and more reliant on state aid. On the INS side, we've seen a significant increase in homestead exemptions, which is great for us as property owners, right? But it also reduces our overall tax base. And even in 2026, there's an increase from $100,000 to $140,000. But there's also another exemption from a business personal property of $125,000 where no state aid was attached to that. Blake Roberts, where PFM is going to planning on going deeper into that next week. But those are the constraints that we're seeing on both sides, and these are the only two funding mechanisms we really have to address our needs as a school district. Again, these are two separate constraints which have two separate solutions, and one can't solve the other. So the VADER is really tied to the operating challenges, and a potential bond is tied to those capital challenges in aging facilities. This graphic I've shown before too. What this represents is that as our facilities age, a planning target would be about 20 years. Unfortunately, with the demand that we have in the bond sequencing, we're about at 25 years. What's being planned to show you next Thursday is based on a 25-year modernization cycle and renewal plan. But within that is a distinguishing factor I want to make sure that I bring up right now, and that's just routine maintenance versus capital renewal. Routine maintenance, which is funded out of the M&O budget, that is primarily for specific repairs and upkeep of our facilities. Capital renewal is for major system replacement. So I'm going to focus on one component of the maintenance because it represents a pretty significant portion of the potential bond. So in maintaining 8 million square feet, I'll pull HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. That component, we budget typically every year around $650,000 for contracted services. That means that we call a contractor in for any maintenance and repair beyond what our local in-house staff can accomplish. $650,000 for 8 million square feet. Now, when it comes to aging facilities where we have the entire systems reaching the end of their service life, that is typically within a modernization and within a bond cycle. Sneak peek into next week that there's approximately $239 million worth of HVAC and modernization coming up in that window. And you can see those numbers don't match. We're missing several zeros. And so that's the challenge that we have in trying to meet the needs and looking at that risk in the future if we were not to have appropriate bond funds in order to meet those needs. And then distinguishing major maintenance versus modernization. In prior years, the district had another strategy to try to accomplish some of these major system replacements, and that was what the district referred to as major maintenance. That existed for a long period of time, all the way up until the year 2022. And what that reflected was systems broken down Flooring was separate from painting, which was separate from roofing, from HVAC. And that was based on a 10-year plan. Each year it'd come to the board for approval. But it was funded by a 2-cent tax levy, which means that 2 cents of every M&O dollar was appropriated for these major maintenance activities. Obviously, with the context that we have now in school funding, that became very, very challenging as that 2 cents set on the M&O side. So in 2022, the major maintenance program and the 2 cent levy kind of went away in order to reallocate that 2 cent to other needs within the district. And every major maintenance type activity would then be funded through consideration in bonds. What facility modernizations are, it's a term we use now, ever since major maintenance kind of went away, is because it takes a number of those small components and bundles them into one project, and we're able to see an economy of scale and some efficiencies by having a contractor in there and doing multiple components all within the same project. So I mentioned major maintenance going away. This reflects what kind of happened in 22-23. Going into the 22-23 bond development, we had an INS tax rate of just over 46 cents. We also had 2 cents, again, on the M&O side, funding that major maintenance program. In 2022-23, that went away, and also along with that, the INS tax rate was reduced to 33 cents. We may wonder, why was that reduced to 33 cents? One thing we need to understand is INS, again, services the debt. Well, at that time, our tax base, our property values increased 27% year over year. And then we're projecting 15% and 10% in the outlying years. And so we have to be careful not to over levy in some of these situations based on the debt that we have. So it's reduced to 33 cents. And then also I want to represent what that 2 cents would even represent on the major maintenance. If we still had that here, it's about $8.4 million. But say we still had that levy within the M&O budget right now, that 8.4 has to come from somewhere. So the $8.4 million would represent additional reductions that we would have to make as a district. It would represent almost 129 full-time equivalent positions in the district. So you can see the reasoning in 2022 is very similar to the reason to 2026, while that's a huge constraint in why that decision was made to make sure that 2 cents can go towards the needs within the M&O budget. But that's the situation that we're dealing with right now. Our property values are flat. I mean, this year they're negative, right? And so we're continuing to see that. And when the INS rate, based on property values, that gives us the amount of capacity that we have to service our existing debt and take on any additional debt as well. Again, Blake Roberts will go into more debt next week. So these are our 2 challenges, again, with 2 different solutions, and one can't solve the other. So when we look at why now and looking at it just from a stewardship a standpoint, stewardship is more than just accommodating for growth. Again, it's also looking backward. And what we want to do is represent that it aligns with the 4 board commitments. And so we wanted to focus in on that. Is the potential 2026 bond is designed to, at minimum, maintain and protect the student experience we have right now. If we have system failures, that impacts student experience. We also want to continue to support our staff, which are in that same environment and have a very similar experience. And we want to make sure that we are responsibly preserving our community investments through stewardship and making sure that we're setting ourselves up for long-term sustainability by addressing these needs. We do believe, if we remember, this is part of that timeline when it ties to CSG and long-range planning for 10-year planning. These were milestones along that pathway for consideration, and as we look at not only long-term, but even the near-term, which the potential bond invader would address. And that's just pulling those 2 milestones out. That August 17th is the deadline. If the board would want to elect to call a bond election, August 17th is the day. It's also the day for a voter-approved tax rate election, that deadline for a November 3rd election. We also wanted to identify what happens if we act now and what happens if we wait. I think it's our responsibility administratively to make sure that we understand some of these. This is, again, not advocating for anything, but we have to make sure we have the pertinent information. When it comes to projects, especially the projects that are to be considered, for major projects to begin in summer of 2027, November allows the runway in order for that to be implemented in the summer of 2027. Say if we were to wait until May of 27, that would not allow enough time to start in the summer of 2027. So what happens if we wait is that major projects could not kick off until the summer of 2028. So practically, in construction terms, we lose about a year in construction time. When it comes to inflation escalation, the bond is based on current costs with associated inflation for each year the project will be implemented. And also the VADR provides recurring operating revenue, and so that would be in place right away after the November election if it was to pass. If we wait, the inflation never stops. Construction costs don't stop going up, and I think we all know that, and so that's just a trade-off that we have to acknowledge. VADR, if we were to wait, if we want to have considerations around staff compensation or any other considerations, that becomes very difficult given the constraints that we know we're navigating right now. When it comes to legislation, November 26 would be under the current legislative environment. May would also be under that environment. But anything after June of 2027 will be impacted by any changes made in the 90th Texas legislature that will more than likely make adjustments that will impact school districts and the way in which they can approach bonds and a lot of other things. But I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. And then when it comes just from the fiscal side of it, available bond savings remain available to offset any future unforeseen capital needs. But if we wait, some of that bond savings may need to be redirected to offset inflation, continuing expenditures, et cetera. So those are some of the trade-offs, not all of them. And here we have shown this slide because this is our two lenses, okay? One lens is potential bond 2026. What the CFAC was really concentrated on are what are those critical needs within the next 3 to 4 years. The work that we're doing with CSG, and when we look at a 10-year plan, the bond of 2026 wouldn't necessarily be addressing those. Whatever comes out of that work could be considered in a future bond. And so right now, we're looking right in front of us for 2026, and we'll be looking out into the future. I don't know, but I would hope that the 2026 bond, if it went forward, would not be the last bond. And looking at where we focus now, I need to highlight some. I almost just blew through this slide, but there is an asterisk there that I need to make sure that I highlight for our business office friends. Because what happens is that state law requires the published tax rate that we do publish to reflect the maximum tax rate that may be ultimately adopted. And so what we need to do as a district is republish the proposed tax rate to reflect a potential VADR, which would be a 3-cent tax increase. We need to make sure we post that, and that gives us flexibility. Because what we don't want to do is get past this deadline and then you as a board decide to go out for a VADR, and we haven't done this. So this is one step that we need to take administratively. It doesn't commit you to anything. You still can decide at a later date, but we need to do this, and just one of the steps that we're going to take administratively. And so this just, again, represents those three perspectives, the windshield looking at growth, the rearview mirror looking at our facilities and systems that need to be renewed, and then the side mirrors is the funding environment around us. And so I know that you may not want to talk about part 2 or part 3, but those are naturally the next steps that we have to structure a conversation, and it depends on where we go from here. But if we want to go that path, we have a structure here in which to follow. And what was going to happen, what is planned to happen at that meeting is, again, CFAC co-chairs would come, represent and share the recommendations, some of the context around those. And then also Blake with PFM, let's understand what the funding environment and implications are. What would be required in order to fulfill those needs from a financial standpoint. And then August 6th really is just to make sure that we have the context that we need as a board and administration, answer questions, and look at what those next steps in any potential communication strategy would look like. And at this point, I want to thank you for your patience. And again, I'm here to answer questions and provide any further context I can. I know sometimes these go a little long, but I think it's important for us to at least reach the point that we're at right now.
Jeremy, thank you. That was a really great presentation. I feel like, no, I'm not, I'm being serious
I know
here,
you
okay?
are.
I think though, the conversation we had prior to your presentation, I think it wasn't not so much about like shutting it down. It's just, I know this conversation is going to evolve. And I think that that's the important piece of this, because it's not cut and dry. And it's not saying we're not going to listen to community members and we're not respecting this, but this board hasn't had a chance to really talk right now. And so I want to make sure that what comes out of this meeting will make it to next meetings. That's all. I want to make that very clear. So board members, who wants to kick it off? We're going to share the mic. All right, there we go.
I'm happy to. I've been wanting to have this discussion with the board, and folks have reached out and said, hey, I see this agenda item. And what a lot of people don't understand is there's walking quorum. And I haven't had an opportunity to talk to my fellow board members about how do we feel about going to Bond and Vader in November. And, what are we feeling about this? And I want us to kind of establish that between board members in this space so that we can be clear with each other and really be clear for administration. I feel that there's a lot of things that were on our last bond that I feel like we're still working towards. And I do not feel comfortable going to Bond in November. And I do want to talk more about Vader. I'm not sure how I feel. I want to hear from our CFO. I want to talk about financially what that means. But I'm not ready. I think that there's a lot of other things. We've had a lot of change in our district recently. I think that we started this process with CSG, and I don't know how we start going to Bond and start moving forward on recommendations when we're still in this process with CSG that's going to impact a lot of the next steps. I just feel like that has to be more established for me to work on bond recommendations and be able to plan that out. I just feel like this plan with CSG impacts a lot of the other part. I am super eager to hear what my fellow board members are thinking and feeling because, like I said, we haven't had an opportunity to have this discussion, and so.
Yeah, so I've been more, for quite a while now, I've been interested in our current bond that is outstanding and really trying to, especially with the changes in the last legislative session that have really impacted our bond, our ability or bond capacity or ability to levy and not over levy, and also just how much we can borrow without having to increase rates. And also there's just been changes with vouchers, and I think that those particular changes really changed the basis upon which the bond from 2023, I think it was 2023, yes, was passed. And so it is still helpful to continue to look at what we have coming down the line, but at the same time, with our existing bond, we, sooner rather than later, we need to know what is happening with that bond in terms of the timelines for drawing it down, if at all, or if some is likely to go to savings. And so I think that that's, and I think we need to have a more of a timeline. So it's not like this work goes away. It's still useful. It's just there might be an opportunity to push it out 6 months to a year. It's really just the timing of it. But there's work that needs to be done on our existing bond and current situation, given the last legislative session.
Laura, Nkosi, Trish, just trying to make sure everyone shares the mic. Nkosi, do you want to go after Laura? Not to put you on the spot. Okay, cool.
So I'm still struggling with the same thing that I was struggling with when we talked about this last time, which that given the legislative session coming and what we think will likely come out of that, it's going to be a lot harder. We think it's going to be a lot harder to go to bond after May. And we're not going to go to, I think it would be unlikely for us to go to bond in November and in May. And there's a finite amount of money that we can get out of a bond, or that we can go to bond for. And so for me, while I certainly appreciate the context, and I both appreciate you sharing it and appreciate what it means, I'm still really stuck with the fact that we don't have a long-range plan right now, and that what could come out of long-range plan could change what our priorities would be in a bond, and could change what we, like when we talk about replacement versus modernization, that could change based off of what long-range plan tells us. And so, I'm just really struggling with going to bond without a long-range plan, and having confidence in what's in a bond, that's really going to be what will still be our priorities once we're done with long-range plan, and that we're not going to necessarily have opportunities to go back and say, oh, let's add this on in a year from now. We really have to get this right. And so for me, I think this doesn't seem like the right time. I worry about inefficiency if we try to go to bond now and then we have a long-range plan where we're trying to then tack on extra stuff some other way. So.
Nkosi?
Yeah. So for me, one, I think, and I hear my fellow board members talking about taking account of the previous bonds. And I actually think there's probably a really good story to tell here. And so I would ask admin to see this as an opportunity to communicate to our community the fantastic things we were able to do and accomplish from previous bonds. The second piece is, and I think fellow board members mentioned this, is just understanding the cost and the risk of not taking action. I think it's easy to see if we take action, it's going to cost X, Y, Z, but I'm really want to understand. And Jeremy, you mentioned some of this, but what happens when we don't take action? I think in a perfect world, and I mentioned this to admin and everyone who listened, I think in the perfect world, we would have a strategic plan, long range planning, and then go to bond. I am a little concerned in this positioning that, we know that we need to modernize our facilities. If we're looking at going through this process that we're going through with long range planning, we're talking 2 years minimum, that it'll take us 2 years to get a long range plan. And so what are the non-regret decisions? I know there's some schools that we know are flagships in our system that need to be modernized. I don't no matter what the long range planning the long range plan would be those schools need to be modernized. And we're in kind of the context and environment where we're trying to compete with alternative education options. And oftentimes it's the shiny building that's swaying the decision to go to those schools. They're walking into a building that was built within the last 2 to 5 years, and their other option is a school that's 25 years old or 20 years old. And so those, I think I would want to understand on paper what's the difference between waiting. But the last thing I'll say, and I'll give my time, is that what we don't want to do is either rush this, and we're in a process of building trust with our community. And so I would love to understand the real difference between November and the spring and the risk, and like just put that on the table in a very transparent way, and then make a decision. And it's going to be a tough decision, but I think we need to put all the cards on the table.
Thanks, Nkosi. I'll chime in, I guess. I think that's my big piece in this. What I'm trying to avoid is what happened in 2023, where we're going line by line item for the bond. I'm trying to avoid a showdown like we had with LRP recommendations. I'm trying to avoid this becoming a fight for all for this district. We already went through that, and I'm not doing that again. I think my concern here is, and I'm just going to say, I don't think we're ready to go to bond. I don't think we're ready as a board. I don't think we're ready as administration. I have concerns about how we're going to get communication out for this. Our website from the 2023 bond's not updated. I think we're taking our community for granted. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. I think we still have work to do to gain that trust. And I think we're going in the right direction by you detailing this, giving those data that a lot of our board we've asked for, Jeremy. If this doesn't happen, this is what's going to happen. I feel like in the past the board's asked for that, and I feel like you're doing a great job at letting us know, hey, if you decide not to go down this direction, this is the reality. I think we have to have more of that conversation, like what Nkosi said. I think we need to know what the entire risks are. And I know sometimes that's a hard conversation, right? Like Chris mentioned it in a meeting. It's basically teachers are an AC. I think that's what we have to say out loud. And yes, that's probably going to make our campus administrators and teachers nervous. But if the board decides not to go to bond and say we have 3 buildings completely, flutter, where's that money going to come from, right? We have to think about that. And I think for me as a board member, I need to see that. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't want to go to bond in November. I don't think we're ready. I do not think we're ready. I don't want to put the board through that. I don't want to put the community through that. We still have other projects from 2023, that's the elephant in the room, that we don't even, I know some board members know, but the community has no idea, like 31 and 32. We get emails about that. We're going to go, hey, community, let's go to another bond, but 31 and 32, we're not going to talk about when we're going to build your school. We're not going to talk about the future of that. So for me, what I need to see is a complete communication plan. I also need to see what the risk looks like as far as waiting till possibly a May. I also need to know, how does this line up with CSG? Because what I don't want to happen, what happened last bond, we go in and tell people, hey, guess what? These could be up for consideration for a renovation. And then we do a bait and switch, and whatever CSG tells us, we told the community we're going to bond for this. CSG is recommending another solution, and then what do we do as a board? Oh, we'll just bait and switch you and reallocate bond money for this project. I don't want that. And so for me, I feel like this is a chance for us as a board to get this right, not only for the board, but for the community. We owe it to the community to get this right. So I personally want to wait till May. I don't think we're ready. Trish?
Anna, can I ask you something? I'm sorry, Trish. When you say you want to wait till May, are you talking about bond? Are you talking about beta? Are you talking about both?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
In my opinion, I think Vader's I think that's non-negotiable for me. I think we need it. This board has been very clear, about giving staff a raise. I think we have to, before we go to the lawmakers, which we know they're not going to give us anything, we have to tell them we've utilized everything we can. I think Vader to me is a non-negotiable. Now, to the flip side of that, I don't know how my main concern is the messaging, right? And that's what my big concern is going to Vader. So I will need to see a complete plan from our new CFO and from our comms team, what that looks like. Because we all know everyone's going to be like, oh, you're just asking for money, more money, more money. I need to be clear why we need that money. I need to understand if this Vader doesn't pass, what are the implications of that? Where are we cutting? Who's not getting a raise? What schools are we closing? Like, I need to know all of that. So that's where I'm at.
Kind of agree in parts. I mean, I think for the discussion on the Vader, if 88% of our budget is in payroll, I am concerned, does Vader help us streamline and identify what's going on, or does it just allow us to continue to have an issue and we're going to be right back in this situation in another year? And so that may, I mean, again, want to have just an understanding. That's, again, and then if we're going to go ask our taxpayers to help us, I also want to make sure we've done our due diligence to look under our rocks. So if we're not doing TIA, which TA's told us we need to do, I just want us to be able to explain, okay, that's why we're not going to this. We just need to have the details. So I support getting our staff that funding, but it's just before we go and ask our taxpayers for dollars, I think we need to, as a district, at least explain, okay, well, here's why we did or didn't do this, and then here's how we're going to focus and streamline and do this, and here's how these dollars we know they're going to go to the very best. I just think there's some clarity that's needed for Vader. And the same thing for bond. Like, I think you can request from your community, hey, here's where we want to go to bond. That doesn't mean you have to then put all the things out. But I certainly don't want the community to think, oh, well, we don't really know how, even 10% of this, and we're going to wait and finish it out with CSG and then come and ask for authorization. I mean, I just want us to be as clear as we can. And I understand that just because we get the bond doesn't mean you have to request the authorization, but we're asking the community. And so I want to be as clear as possible. This is what this is going for. And so maybe administration has this. And I need to say that, like, oh my goodness, I was like, oh, I just can't see any of this working. I have this question, this question, this question. And, you know, Blake with PFM, I mean, the things that have been done to help manage bond, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I feel that this board has made some really good decisions with the funds that the community has given us. And even I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I've been watching this and look at it like written out like the way that it was. These are things our community needs to know, and these are things our board should know. When I looked at, I did a little thing of like the chart of our debt. We have a lot of facilities in here. I don't think CSG is going to tell us to shutter facilities that we still have bond payments that we're making. That doesn't make sense. So I can understand, like, okay, if we're not, then maybe an HVAC roof, that makes sense. And I also think, oh my goodness, if we wait, are we really looking at something that's going to cause us more money on the back end? But the board doesn't know that. And so I think it's just that information's going to be important. We used to get these major maintenance updates. And one of the things that I noticed and really appreciated is, as I was looking in the back of the book, we did go to bond. So the major maintenance had all the pieces that had like caulk and paint and boilers. But in the back was also the bonds, the HVACs, the roofs, the things that weren't going to be covered by your 2 cents. But you could see as a board member what's coming up and what's due. It's just hard because we don't have any of that information. And so it would be helpful to really understand, as Nkosi said, what are these vital things that we're asking to do? And I want to know what happens if we make the decision to go to May instead of November. Like, really, what is the risk? I think maybe I'll have this information if you could just figure out how to package it. But I agree, if we can't explain to our community what we're doing with the bond dollars we had, what we want to do going forward, and we're not all on the same page, I think it just gets hard because you want your community to be a part of this process, and so
it's possible we could get there. I don't see it yet.
Are you saying you want more meetings? I'm just kidding. More meetings?
I'm saying that whatever, if that second meeting, if we're all getting together, I mean, I just think there's a lot of, it seems to me, for me, data's missing. Like, I need more information.
If I could real quick, I just want to address one thing, Trish, just because being in part one, right? And so what you bring up is very familiar, right, from a major maintenance, and it lays out all those different components and sequences. What we're doing is, just so you know, like a lot of that data is feeding now bond, right? And so we get a look into a window, all right, a window from 2027 until 2030. And we're able to identify, what those capital needs and assets are that come up for a renewal, and they get placed within that little window, just like major maintenance would back in the day. And so that established the foundation upon which we start building, a potential bond. And so you'll probably see, maybe not in the same format, but you're going to start seeing some familiarity, say, when you look at it next week and looking at what roofing do we have to do, what painting do we have to do, and tracks and turf and things like that. We'll be able to start seeing some of those details, and I think we can try to build maybe some supplemental stuff on top of that, right, to help fill in the gaps. That's what we want to try to do. If we can't do that on next Thursday, that's why that part 3 would give us another opportunity to kind of walk through this with you, to make sure that you have a lot of that data, and that's what part 2 was about. But I see where you're coming from an implication into a May. We can kind of work on some to paint that picture to some degree, not only from a construction standpoint, but some other implications that we can work on.
Board members, any other questions? I guess my next question is administration. Do you feel like y'all have the information you need to still give us the same presentation next week, but pivot in some of the concerns that the board members have?
I think we have an overall plan, and what it sounds like from some of the notes that I've been able to take, and hopefully we can fold some other information in there. It's all about framing where you are as a board, and then where we are as administration. And if there's a gap, we try to close that gap. That's our ultimate goal, is to do that. Can we promise that we're going to mitigate it completely? I don't know. I hope so, and I hope we'll have additional resources, with Blake Roberts from PFM, Dan, and maybe Gina, and just start folding in a lot more of those resources and further context that it sounds like that you do need. Our hope is that we close that gap.
I do want to bring up what I think Sade mentioned. I think I'm +1ing what you said. I'm talking about like how also these decisions impact the tax rate, because I know we're getting ready to reach capacity where that tax rate would have to change, right? Once we do all the amount that's callable. And then also when you look at what our financial rating system, I know we were expecting that downgrade because of certain factors, right? But there's also a discussion in there on that debt to community ratio. So I want to hear from Blake, maybe that's the person to tell us kind of really how to understand this, because I think it's important to have the full picture of it. And sometimes when I look at just like the bond review site, or I just look at that ratings, I don't get all those other pieces that help make the full picture.
I think that's good, because that debt per capita, I think, tells a story when you see that. And so I'll make sure that Blake folds that into a slide, and the rest of it, I think he's got it. He will have it covered, but we'll make sure that's included in that presentation. He'll be here for that resource.
All right, board members, I think everyone said their piece. I think come back Thursday for a lively discussion. I think if you have questions before then, please get with Chris and Cece, or y'all know what to do. I think just be prepared for a conversation. Make sure we've done our homework. What's up? Oh, you're good, okay. All right, board members. Well, I almost forgot. I had to make myself a note. All right, board members. We are going to do action pursuant to closed session. So board members, do you have a motion related to closed session?
I do. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Brittany Clifford for Area Superintendent 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2026-27 school year.
Second.
A motion from Gloria, second from Trish. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Congratulations. All right, board members, I just want to say I'm very proud of y'all for getting through this governance workshop and doing our job. So it is 11:03 p.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Chris, are you?